Good morning, good day and good evening. How are you doing, ladies and gentlemen, on this very fine Friday? Hope you are doing good. First one in today, none other than Nymph. Good to have you, mates. We also have Pirogi in second place and Saxidak in third. We also have Teabag Beakan in the house, as well as Bloodlight. Welcome in, guys. Hope you're all doing good. I'm doing quite good. I got a new update out for the demo yesterday with some of the quality of life improvements and stuff that we have been working on, as well as a few extra interactions. But mostly I would say that update was mainly like small quality of life things and little tweaks and so on. So for today, I think we're gonna continue working a bit on the demo, polish stuff up even more. And then we'll see. I know we've already had a few streamers play the demo today. We had Decepto as well as iHeart play it now, like right before I started the stream. But I think we might have a few more that are going to play the demo today, so depending on when that is, we might just have a look at that on stream as well. It's possible. Lupo, welcome in. Conrad, thank you for lurking. Appreciate ya. Keita, good to see you, man. Also, shout out to Conrad, yet another game developer on twitch.tv. Go and check him out if you haven't. Support our fellow developers as always. I installed the demo, I will try it later. Cheers, Lupo, thank you very much. Yeah, so there are a few more things I want to do. One thing I've realized is, as some of you know, the biggest like feature creep of this entire game was adding the fucking hammer. Because when all you have is a hammer, all you see is nails. Isn't that right? So everyone wants to be able to fucking smash everything in the game. So that is something we are gonna need to sort out some more interactions for. But I think there are a couple, maybe even more important things. I still haven't looked into the Steam Deck default configuration thing. That is a bit of a priority, I think, because it would be really nice if for Steam Deck users, if they could just plug and play, basically. The good thing there is that even without that set up, it's still playable on Steam Deck. It just requires a little bit more configuration on the player side. Otherwise, I've done a few small tweaks to try and make the game a little bit easier, or to make it easier to figure out what you need to do. Which I think turn out pretty good. So if all you have a hammer, give them a screwdriver. We could do that. The only issue then is that it kind of becomes the same thing. There already is a screwdriver in the game, just not in the demo. But I do imagine that if you have the screwdriver, it's gonna be the same thing, where basically tools are a little bit scope creep in general, because every tool you have is a multi-use tool, right? Which means that you expect to be able to use it in multiple places. So whenever we add something like that seems to be highly usable, we need to make sure that there are enough interaction with it, like kind of even just like silly interactions, but just to make it actually feel like a tool, you know? Because if we give him a screwdriver, I think it feels weird if there's one place in the entire game where you can use it. Do you know what I mean? Can we test the new version? Yes, the new version is already up on Steam, so it's just to boot up the demo if you want to try it. One of the biggest changes is the fact that it now displays what item you pick up. like right as you pick it up. So there's no longer a need to constantly look in your inventory to double check what you picked up. So that is pretty nice. Other than that, I also added a few tiny little tweaks, quality of life things. So if I tab out of the game, it's gonna auto pause. We had an issue with the intro where if you try to tab out during the intro, since it's like press any key to continue, pressing Alt Tab would actually forward the dialogue, so you might miss stuff. But now that no longer happens, you will automatically just pause the game if you tab out, which I think is good. And then, as I said, I also made these red because I noticed so many people missing them. But let's skip that one for now. The other thing we did is this, right? So whenever you try to pick up an item, it pops up a little box telling you what you picked up, which I think is a pretty nice little quality of life feature. I'm considering, I don't know, if there might be people who wouldn't like this, if it's worth making a setting for it where you can choose to disable that little pop-up, because that would be really easy to do. It's just one little player pref or whatever. But it depends. I don't know. Is there anyone here? Do you think that you would like being able to disable this thing? I don't know if I'm like... I think when it comes to settings, sometimes I have a little bit of a tendency to kind of overthink it, like the importance of them. Just like if it's 0.5% of players who's gonna disable that, then maybe it's not even worth implementing. I don't know. At the same time, the counter argument is always the fact that it's so easy to just add another setting, so sometimes it's a little bit like, why not allow it? I don't know. Yeah, I was watching a bit when you were playing Repo. It got a little bit chaotic there for a while. It seemed a little bit chaotic, Conrad. I hope you had fun. The game should release an optional hardcore mode where a hammer can be used to destroy things that soft/hardlock you into not being able to finish the adventure. You could do that. I'm still a little bit unsure about like difficulty modes in general. I think there are moments where difficulty modes are good. Personally, I am not like a huge fan of difficulty modes. I don't really know why. There is just something where I like games that are just tuned in a good manner or whatever, where they have like a set, like this is what the game is supposed to be and this is how you play it, you know. But I do understand that, especially for like accessibility reasons, I very much understand reasons to have like easier modes. Like, harder modes is a little bit iffy as well, because you could argue that it's fairly easy to make harder modes, even without having a difficulty setting. Like, any type of challenge run in any game is basically a impromptu hardcore mode, right? Like, if you're playing in, like, Dark Souls, and to be fair, that's already a fairly difficult game, but that would... like, you know, a challenge run down might be something like, you know, try to complete the game without ever using armor. Like, that's kind of the way you make it harder if you want to. I don't know. I don't know if anyone here agrees with me, but in general, I am a little bit iffy when it comes to difficulty. Especially ones that you can change whenever, like playing something like Skyrim, where you can toggle the difficulty at any point. It's like very easy to cheese, and I'm not sure if I'm a fan of that. Like, you meet someone and, oh, this fight was a little bit too difficult, let me just pop down to easy mode for, like, this fight and then go back, do you know what I mean? Just objectively good and useful, the little pop-ups, yeah. Yeah, I think I might be overthinking it with having a setting for that. I think most people are gonna enjoy it. Feels like a good quality of life to have. I don't think it's something intrusive that I would like to remove for immersion. Yeah, just that would be the only counter argument. If someone would say that they find it to kind of break the immersion a little bit, having that little pop-up appear, but probably not. We'll see. If I see someone complaining about it, like I said, it's easy to make a setting for it, so in that case we might do it, but I think I'm just gonna keep it like this for now. Also makes it easier because I don't have to localize the setting, which I would need to do if we implement it. And I barely know what to call that, like pick up pop-ups, do the whole time twister thing maybe. I watched a streamer, I think yesterday, who tried to use the ham on the TV. Yeah, a lot of people have tried to use the ham on the TV. I think that is one of those things that we're gonna need to make. I think we should at least make it so that if you use the ham here, maybe you can like crack it a little bit or something. Just so that's some interaction. Let me use the ham on the car window. Yeah, that is another one I've heard. I think overall the car needs to have some interaction. Where's this? This would be outside entrance. Now, you could argue that it's a little bit silly. You know, there could be an argument of like, why are you trying to destroy your own car? To be fair, you could also argue, why are you destroying the fucking house in the first place? So maybe we should just allow it. Because I also think it could be nice if this was just an interactable thing where maybe clicking on the car would pop up a little text saying something like, oh, it's probably not time to leave yet or something. Because right now you basically don't even have the option to try and leave, and I think that gets a little bit weird because a lot of people have that, like, you know, instinct of being like, okay, this seems creepy, why wouldn't I just go away? But at least then we can, like, narrative-wise explain something like, you know, oh, I still have stuff to do here. So I think later on I might do something like that. Okay, let me catch up with chat here. Difficulty mode outside of hints for puzzle sounds confusing too, yeah. What's up, Tamer? Hope you're doing well. Fletch Charge, welcome in. As my plastic surgeon always said, if you gotta go, go with a smile. It was mostly a joke about hardcore mode, just being, I recall trying to use the hammer as if everything was an nail, yeah. I don't think it breaks the immersion, because the game is already in an art style that is low fidelity, and the objects on their own, you can't really tell what they are until you check the tooltip, yeah. If I see a battery in real life, even in relative dim conditions, I could tell it is a battery, totally apart from, say, picture frame, yeah. But it's just a rectangle outline, it isn't as telling. Yeah, I think that's a good point. Like, in a lot of, even if you take something like a lot of 3D games, like, you know, there would be enough details to clearly, like, show that this is a battery you picked up, whereas here it does get a little bit more tricky. What do I call this? Piano room? Yes, it should rain inside. Oh, did I pick these up already? Like, this is, it has the shape of a battery, but you know, you can definitely argue that this is not the thing where anyone who looks at this immediately goes, oh, that's a battery. Whereas now, you will know without having to double check here. Which I think is nice. If you're thinking of adding those possibilities to toggle on-off, add them early, and at the finished game, the player can choose the level of immersion hints, plus maybe add some rewards to finish the game on hardcore, like a point system or Steam achievement, yeah. Yeah, if I would do something like a difficulty setting, I think we definitely would need to at least have an achievement for completing the game on that mode. But I am a little bit unsure. Olivia, welcome in, how you doing? What will be your full game overall playtime? The goal is currently somewhere around like 2 hours. The median playtime of the demo right now is like 30 minutes-ish. So I think around 2 hours would suit this type of game, personally. I think, to be fair, it could even be shorter. I don't think this is the game where people would expect it to be like 6 hours long. I think I'm gonna do the thing though, where I've seen a fair amount of games do this, where in the Steam description you even put like the playtime. I think that's fairly good because, first of all, it's gonna lower the refund rate, because I think there's a thing where some people buy a game and if they think it's short enough, or if they think it was too short, they might refund it. But if you already tell them how long the game is, approximately, that is gonna perhaps make them just not buy the game in the first place, which is better than getting a negative review, right? And I also think it's good for like content creators and stuff, because then they have some information to kind of plan out when they can play the game. Because it's unfortunate if someone thinks the game is gonna be like 1 hour, so they decide to end their stream by playing the game, and then they can't finish it. Like, it would be better then if they knew, oh, it says 2 hours, okay, let's start the stream tomorrow playing this, or whatever. 2 hours is good? I think so as well. I think 2 hours is a pretty good time for this type of game. Yeah, like you said, partly I think point-and-click games as well as horror games just tend to be a little bit shorter. Of course there are outliers here, you know, something like Resident Evil being like 12 hours long or something, but I think that's very different. It's a very different type of game compared to these like indie horror games. I feel like 2 hours is a pretty good sweet spot. I'm gonna say somewhere around there, like plus minus 30 minutes or something. I hope that one day Steam decreases that amount to an hour. Oh, you mean the refund timer? Yeah, just for anyone who doesn't know, if you play a game for less than 2 hours, you can basically always refund it. So there's a little bit where, you know, a lot of people are a little bit iffy when it comes to making a game shorter than 2 hours, because it means that people can literally play from start to finish and then still refund it, which is a little bit unfair, you could argue. The way I see it, I don't even know if time is the correct thing, because if it's just 1 hour, you could argue that could be a little bit weird for like a 4X game, which is like massive with like tons of systems. It might take you 2 hours before you even really get into the flow of the game, you know. The way I see it, I feel like the best thing, obviously they're not gonna do this because it's a lot of work, but the best thing would be to have it on like a percentage basis or something. Where like if you get through 25% of the game or whatever. Of course that gets iffy when you have like replayable games, like something like a roguelite. How do you decide what 25% is? But just it feels a little bit weird if my game would be 1 hour long, everyone can refund it whenever. At the same time, you have games like, you know, a 4X game, which you might need 4 hours to properly get into, and at that point it's too late. Like, doing something where it's on a case-by-case basis seems like the best thing. Like, the shorter and more linear the game is, the shorter the refund window should be, and the more, like, replayable or, like, complex the game is, the more refund time you have. But this is obviously like a, you know, this is a absolutely best case scenario. There's no way they're gonna do it because it's just too much work, right? Like I think it's very understandable that they wouldn't implement something like this, because like it's very tricky to calculate how to figure that out for each game. There was a guy who speedrun Portal 2 at 100% achievements under 2 hours as a challenge to get it refunded, and he did get his money back. Steam was okay with it, yeah. And that's the kind of stuff that I feel like is... I would almost even go as far to say this. Like, if you finish a game, if you reach the end of a game, I don't think you should have the ability to refund it. Like, that is... Because if you didn't enjoy it to the extent of where you wanted a refund, you probably would have quit before you reached the end, right? So it does get a little bit weird for sure. Fluffy Panda, welcome in, good to have ya. I finished Katana Zero under 1 hour but didn't refund it. Good guy gamer, let's go. No, and that's what I mean, like, because it's fairly, is it okay to say that it's fairly immoral to finish a game and then refund it, kind of just because you can? I feel like that's fair to say, right? Kenji's Mods, welcome in, good to have ya. Hey, were you in NMC Uni stream earlier? Depends on when you mean by earlier. If you mean today, I wasn't. I do watch Adam C. Unis a bit. I mainly watch his YouTube stuff. He streams a little bit early for me, but I do stay in his chat every now and again. Basically, I watch Adam when I wake up early. That's that's my current habit when it comes to watching Adam. But yeah, he's a great guy. I've learned so much about pixel art from him. If there's anyone that's interested in in like learning pixel art stuff, there's no one I would recommend as much as Adam C. Younis. He's an absolute legend when it comes to pixel art. Has he released his demo? No, he released the Steam page, right? I don't think his demo is out yet. I don't think so. I remember, I think I have his game on my wish list. But I think it was the, like, Steam page announcement I heard of. Let's see, Insignia, Steam, right? Yeah, it was the Steam page. But yeah, I mean, this game is fucking beautiful, man. I actually, for my old roguelites I was working on, some of my, you know, somewhat abandoned projects, I actually used a few palettes that Adam C. Younis had made. Oh wait, let me link the game as well in case someone wants to check it out. This is Adam's game. Can you say the name again about pixel art? Yeah, it's Adam C. Younis. He has a bunch of like YouTube tutorials and stuff on here for like learning pixel art, as well as other stuff. You know, there's some stuff about like his personal projects, some stuff about, you know, game dev stuff specifically or generally, but also a lot of these like pixel art tutorials, which are fucking I don't know. I could not recommend them enough. So if you want to learn pixel art, I definitely recommend checking out his YouTube channel. I honestly don't think there's anyone that I've learned this much from. Like, basically as soon as I got into pixel art or wanted to learn it, I watched a bunch of his videos and they were incredibly useful. Jin, welcome in, good to have ya. Oh, I was talking to Fluffy Panda. Okay, no worries. Oh yeah, see, now you were replying, I completely missed that. Finishing games like Dota 2 League of Legends is when you finally realize you can stop playing said game and carry on with your life. But yeah, I saw your video about doing game dev full time, great video. Oh, thank you very much, Kenjis. Appreciate you checking out the video, man. I'm glad you liked it. If I manage to catch Adam's streams, it means that my sleep schedule has gone bad too early for me. Yeah, for me it's the opposite. I mean, it's either ways, I suppose. It either means I've fucked up my sleep schedule properly to the point where I am still up in the morning, or I've fixed my sleep schedule and I woke up early enough to watch him. Because I think most of the time he streams at like until like 9 AM or something for me, I think. And you know, I am Mr. fucking unemployed game developer, so if you think that I am regularly up at those hours, then you think wrong. Yeah, for me, his streams between 4 AM and 8 AM.
Okay, we're good.
Okay. So, you know, either my sleep schedule is fucked or it's fixed if I'm watching Adam. But yeah, he's a really cool guy. I live in Australia, same as Adam, so luckily I can get to join in daytime. Oh yeah, nice, man. Yeah, I definitely wish I could watch him more. I do enjoy his content a lot. He's a very chill guy as well. Do you know what I mean? It's like, I don't know. I'm a little bit more of a... I'm very excited as a person, right? Like, I get very... how the fuck do I say this? I'm very animated in general, right? But I think the nice thing about streams or content creators like Adam and stuff is that they are like very chill, and sometimes it's nice to have that type of content too, where it's someone who's just chilling doing that thing. That's not really my style, because I guess I'm not that chill of a person. I get like... I just get too excited, you know. So to be very clear, this is not a dig against people who who are chill, nor people who get excited. I think both have their place, you know? I think you can enjoy both types of content for different reasons, but I think it's fair to say that I imagine that me and Adam are fairly different, specifically in that regard. Another thing I've been talking about a bit with the game, which I'm still very undecided about, is the whole fucking battery system. If you are a part of the Discord channel, you might have seen some discussions about it, but I am still a little bit kind of considering whether I should maybe scrap the entire battery system in this game. It's fucking tough, man. It's tough, because I really like having batteries in the game, mainly because it's a consumable item, right? Which means that I can... It's an easy item for me to just pop into any cabinets. Like, just looking around, you can be rewarded with little batteries. But, you know, the more time has passed, I realized that there's a lot of, like, design issues with the battery system in this game, you know? So, I don't know, I'm struggling a lot with this, because on one hand, I think it's a fairly superficial system, so I don't think it would actually hurt the game itself too much if it wasn't there. The game would almost play the same. The main thing that would be sad is that we lose all of these batteries around the house, which is like half of the items. Do you know what I mean? Yeah, you're like me, I tend to be very hype on videos. I have a YouTube channel, I don't upload on anymore, but one thing you'll notice is that I'm very hyperactive, cough ADHD, yeah. I wouldn't be surprised if I'm definitely somewhere on some neurodivergent spectrum as well. I would be very surprised if I wasn't, but... Yeah, no, I think it's, like I said, I don't think either thing is good nor bad. I think it's just pros and cons, right? Like, if you want to have more of a chill evening, then, you know, a streamer like Adam C. Units might be more appropriate. If you want to, yeah, different moods, exactly. Like, I guess that I'm a little bit more, like, us a bit more hyper streamers might be more like when you want to stay a little bit more engaged and awake. Like, it's just different vibes, really. Neither one is better than the other, they're just different, that's how I see it. Pro tip, just add the batteries as a microtransaction, best regards EA. How you doing, Hadouken? Good to see you, man. I think you said hello before, I might have missed to say hi, but good to have you, man. I think it's fine as a superficial system. I am not sure, because I think there's a lot of kind of big problems with it right now, if I'm being honest. Like, if I'm gonna be completely honest, right now I am leaning more towards removing the battery system than I am towards keeping it or tweaking it. Because the issues I see right now is that people naturally want to min-max, right? Like, I think it's just a very natural thing as humans. Just got my best review ever on OpenDraft in Russian. I'm gonna print it and frame it. Oh, let's go, Jin. I got a review in simplified Chinese the other day, which I thought was fucking cool. Someone might actually have played the game localized to Chinese. Unfortunately, I did translate it, and, you know, I don't want to be that guy. I'm very happy that, you know, you give me a good review. It's fucking amazing. However, the content of the actual review was like one sentence where it just spoiled the entire ending of the game. So I'm a little bit too, like, you know, it's a little bit mixed feelings. Like, I'm very happy for the review, I'll take it. But also, it doesn't look great for, like, other people coming in if they scroll down and like, oh, there's the fucking end spoiled, basically. So yeah, maybe it should have added a spoiler tag or something, maybe, but, you know, I'll take it. It's a positive review, I'll take it any day. Adam's type of streams are very cozy. You're the type of streamer, like, more fun, excited type, yeah. from what I gathered from within 20 minutes, yeah. I missed a discussion, what are the pros and cons? We can go through it, because I'm actually interested to see what you guys hear. We can make a proper list and for this discussion. I think I have done it before, but let me actually start taking some proper notes here, so that so that we all can be on the same page and understand the issues with this system, the way I see it at least. So in terms of the battery system, there definitely are pros and cons, right? Like, I don't think that everything about it is bad. Let's actually do this. Can't you mark it as a spoiler in reviews? Can I do it as the developer? Because that might be worth doing if I can. Currently sitting at 56 reviews, very positive. Thank you so much to anyone that's played the demo and reviewed it. It truly does mean a lot. Let's see here, most recent. Hey Conrad, thank you very much for the review as well. Zote, welcome in. Because yeah, here we have it. So it's a positive review, but this, at least from when I translated it, this basically spoils the entire ending of the game. But I'm unsure, like I can award funny... Wait, I'm not logged in though, am I? Wait, let me see if I check it here instead. So I do assume I would have to be logged in. Hey, good fellow win, we got another one. Abyss, thank you very much for the review. Absolute legend. This review is counted in the overall review score, blah blah blah. Report for violating, but that's not it. Moderator controls. Flagged this review as abusive, off-topic, violates, but that's not the case. Like, the review itself is technically fine. But the issue is that they are spoiling the end of the demo. I don't know if there is a way... I think when you write a review, you might be able to mark it as spoiler. Because you can do those, like, spoiler tags or whatever. But I'm actually not sure if I can do it. And, like, I don't want to report it either, because in the end, like, it's a good review, you know? Knowledge of Mandarin gives you clairvoyance. The issue is that you don't have a reason to turn on or off the lantern now. I mean, currently you do, technically, but that reason is not good. If you don't have a reason to do so, like in the jam version, you wouldn't even have a need to turn it on and off. Yeah. No, because I think the... in the game jam version, there was a very clear reason as to why you might want to turn the flashlight off. Whereas here, the main reason you want to turn the flashlight off is to save battery. So what a lot of people do is that as soon as they don't need the flashlight, they turn it off. And this is actually something that I think is a major issue with the battery system. Like, it is... I think it is one of the biggest cons of the battery system. The fact that people naturally min-max battery life. And now you might wonder, why is this an issue? There's quite a few reasons. This instantly, well, first of all, one of the most important things is that I don't think people do this out of enjoyment. Do you know what I mean? Like, I don't think people min-max battery life because it's fun. It's just something you naturally do because you don't want to lose unnecessary battery. And the other issue here is that the game becomes much darker because of it. Because I've seen like YouTube videos of YouTubers playing the demo, and since you can actually do the outside section in the game. Like, if we go to the outside entrance, you don't even need a light on here anymore. Which means that people play like this. This looks fine on my monitor, but in a recording, especially if you're watching on a dark screen, which, like phones for example, usually have a lot darker colors, this is almost entirely black, which means that like the game itself is almost like unwatchable when people play like that. So the game becomes much darker, which looks shit on YouTube and Twitch. Like in the YouTube video I was talking about, that guy wanted to min-max battery life. And also, I want to be very clear, I'm not like shitting on the guy here, like, oh, why are you trying to save battery? Like, you know, I made the system, it's natural that people want to save battery. But the issue is that on YouTube, what this actually means is that he played the outside section without the light on. The outside section is the first part of the game. So the first like 3-4 minutes of his video is almost completely dark, and that is just not very engaging as a viewer. And especially since like on YouTube, the first couple of minutes of the video is like the most important part. Like most people like stop watching during those minutes, right? Like that's when you need to like captivate people. And if people make the game look like 90% pitch black, it just doesn't look good. So this is honestly what I think is one of the main problems with the flashlight right now. But we do have other issues as well, which is mainly that the system is fairly superficial. Like it doesn't actually mean that much. Like right now you can't run out of batteries. It basically gets locked at 15%. So the only consequence as of right now is less light. Like you see a bit less. That's basically the only real consequence from the battery system. And another issue here in regards to the game getting too dark is that a lot of people, this is partly because of me, because I don't really teach it, but a lot of people just don't charge the flashlight. So they will, since you don't technically need to do it, they want to save all the batteries and they will play through the entire game at 15% battery life, which makes it almost unwatchable. I actually think it's fine from like the player perspective, because it feels fairly fine as a player even when it is really dark. But the issue just is, you gotta keep in mind that like content creators today is one of the best marketing tools you have as a game developer. And if their videos don't look good when they play your game, if it's not engaging to watch it, then you lose like one of the biggest advantages you could have, which is, you know, content creators playing your game. So I think these are like the two big problems right now with the battery system. And now in terms of the system being superficial, there are ways you could fix this, right? Like for example, you could add more consequences. Like a lose condition on running out of batteries. But this I think is objectively a bad idea. Because what this does is that it basically puts a timer on the entire game. And keep in mind that this is a puzzle game where some people might need more time than others. Because what happens if we would do something like this is that basically the amount of batteries in the house times the time to drain a battery will basically amount to the minimum, yes, minimum playtime to, no, max, this would technically be the max, right? Max playtime to finish the game. And that's, I don't think that's good for a puzzle game. It also introduces soft locks. So the issue here is that, like, what if you pick up all the batteries around you and then you run out of battery and lose? What happens then? Returning to a checkpoint might put you into an endless loop of running out of battery and losing. The only way to fix this would be to spawn in new batteries, but as I mentioned before, I don't think that works for a game, for a world that is this small. Like, I would find it very odd to clear out an entire cabinet or an entire room in the game, like pick up everything, go out, do some puzzles, blah blah blah, come back to that room 5 minutes later, and then there's like 2 batteries in there. Like that, for me, I don't think I would like that. Mars Guy, welcome in. How you doing? Happy Halloween indeed. David as well, good to have ya. Sorry, let me catch up with chat here, I got a bit too excited. I'm doing good, Zote. Hope you're doing good as well. You can't mark reviews as spoilers, can only report, yeah. You can leave a reply, thank them, but also ask for spoiler redaction, yeah. That might be a good shout, to be honest. Are links allowed? If so, I know some very good in-the-game music that's available for anyone to use. I'm using the pack in my game, even though it's free. I paid for it because I want to support the artist. Yeah, feel free to link it. It's probably not something I'm gonna use, because I have a sound designer, but for anyone else, if they're interested, feel free to link it. Unity code, Moriesta. No need to make graphics if remove light completely, you know, big brain move, not gonna lie. Yeah, I did min-max it to my detriment as well, to be honest, to still use the keyboard without the flashlight, yeah. And this is the thing, like, if you took an honest look at yourself, Keita, if you really introspect here, because this is my assumption, like, the reason you min-max the battery life is not out of enjoyment or fun, right? Like, it's out of just the logical thinking that, like, it's probably good to save my battery as long as possible. But I don't think anyone min-maxes battery life because it's like, oh, it's fun to save battery. So that is like the issue with min-maxing. I honestly think this makes the game worse. That is my true opinion. And the only way to make people not wanna min-max is to add consequences. So either a lose condition or something like a sanity system, where you basically, if you're in the dark for too long, you start going cray-cray. But once again, what this does, it puts a timer on the game and it introduces soft locks, and not only that, maybe most importantly, it punishes people who are already struggling. Like, if you're doing fine, you might run through the game and not get any of these consequences. But for the people who need that extra time to solve a puzzle, those are the ones that get, like, the actual consequences. Like, we punish the people who are already having a hard time. And now, of course, you could argue that, like, oh, this is a horror game, maybe it's supposed to be a little bit difficult, maybe it's fine to do that. But I don't think, honestly, that that's a good design decision. Some sort of fear system where you don't have lights like someone suggested would be cool, but I'm not sure what that would imply. Yeah, like on paper that sounds good, but once again, like if you think about like the end result, like the practical end result of like how does this affect the gameplay, I'm not sure if it actually is a good decision. This is basically how to fix the cons. Or rather it is like the other cons of the cons. Yeah. I don't like the idea of a timer on the whole game. Don't mind key moments where I have only minutes or seconds to figure something out. Yeah, I think it's fine to have sections like that, but for a puzzle game like this, I don't think it makes sense to just say that you have to finish the game in 2 hours. That doesn't seem like a good decision. Hey David, thank you very much for the 7-stream streak. What a legend, man. Actually recharged the flashlight when it would go low. Look at that, we actually had someone that does it. Let's go. Because that was my hope that people would do, right? That people would just see the flashlight, oh, it's running a bit low, let me use a battery. But I think it's something where a lot of people just have the very human instinct to want to save stuff for a better time, and it makes it so that they play through the majority of the game in darkness, which I think is an issue. Also think it would be good music for the stream, even if not in your game. Oh, that's a fair point. Thanks for sharing. Good morning, Chirpy. What is up, Subsiduck? How you doing? The real reason I min-maxed the battery on the flashlight is because I remember my dad scolding me as a kid when I was wasting battery on his flashlight. I don't want a disappointing dad, that's why I do it. Oh, that's funny. I think the flashlight not shining as bright is a nice touch. Might just be a bother, but if you have no bothers, it might be a bit dull in a sense. Yeah. No, because keep in mind here, this is what I'm saying is like the cons of it. Like, there are pros as well, right? I'm just, at the moment, I am not sure if the pros of the battery system outweigh the cons. In my opinion, ironically, the biggest advantage to having the battery system has nothing to do with the flashlight or charging the flashlight. The biggest pro, in my opinion, is the fact that batteries are consumable. And what does this mean in terms of the game? Well, it means that I have an easy item to spread around the mana as little rewards. Basically for looking around. Because the thing is that if we remove the batteries, right now I would estimate that we remove about half of the items you can pick up in the game. And there's a fair argument that that might make the mana feel a bit more empty. The other advantage, I think, is that you could argue that being able to charge the flashlight makes the game feel a bit deeper or whatever. I guess you could do an argument for that as well. It's a fun little interaction. It makes it feel like there's more to the game. But with that being said, I still think it's fair to say that it is fairly superficial because there's just not any real consequences to it. The flashlight is cool, but can you figure out a different use for it? Other than a hard requirement, like maybe light could reveal additional hints or help spot interactive items. It kind of does, to be honest. In some regard, the highlights become brighter if you have the light on. So you could argue it kind of does that. And I mean, the main use of the flashlight is pretty clear still, right? It's the fact that you can see in the dark. That's the most basic logical reason why you have the flashlight, because without it, if you don't have the light on in the room or whatever, you couldn't interact, you would be stuck, right? So naturally it will always have that use case. I've definitely thought about adding more of those type of use cases to it, so it's very possible. Use the butt of the flashlight to hit objects, then you're two-handed with that and a hammer on everything. Everyone just wanna smash, man. Have you played Palworld? I love the game. It means you can eat the batteries. I have not played Palworld. I've seen a little bit from it, but I haven't played it myself. Doing the game without the flashlight would be hard mode, but still possible? No. It is literally impossible to play the game without the flashlight. I promise you couldn't do it. Boot up the demo right now and tell me how far you get without a flashlight on. I'm gonna say that you're gonna get into one room in the house and then you're fucked. Because without the light on in a dark room, there's nothing to interact with. So there is a legitimate need for it. Of course it becomes less the longer you play, because as you start turning on the lights, then you can still interact with stuff. I totally forgot about the demos, or about the batteries when I did the demo. and then realized that the flashlight was not shining much at all, then remembered the batteries. Could find an unlimited battery pack to get that feeling, but not the FOMO. Yeah. No, I did think about that. We could do something where maybe we even put a unlimited battery pack in like the car or something, where if you ever run low, you can always like in an emergency run back to the car to get more batteries. Because the kind of good thing about that is that we could actually add a real consequence to running out of battery. The fact that, you know, because now at least you won't be able to get soft locked, and there's not really a timer on the game either, because you can always run out and get more. So that is actually one potential way to fix it. The question though, the question is like, what is the true purpose of it? The good thing there is that we can still have batteries in the house, which means that we can still have more items for the player to pick up, so that's good. But should you redesign the flashlight like that, so it would be like Silent Hill radio? I don't know the reference here, I haven't played Silent Hill. The more consequences you add, the more the player is going to min-max it. It depends on how we add the consequences, because the consequence doesn't need to only be about having the light run out. Like if we did a sanity system, we could actually have it so that you actually have a consequence of running around with low battery. Like if you're in the dark too much, then basically maybe we start making the game more difficult or something, so that you have an incentive to charge it more. But like I said, I'm not sure if that either is a good design decision, because it's still like, what it does is to add a punishment system to the game. And generally speaking, I don't know if that is always the best thing to do. Just quality of life with the flashlight shining brighter so you can see more. Yeah, but this is the issue, that people don't care enough about that quality of life thing. People care more about saving battery than they do about seeing more. Like the amount of people now that I've seen play through the entire game without ever charging the flashlight, or like, you know, do the entire outside section in complete darkness, that like, I think the cons of that outweigh the pros a little bit. The purpose of the battery life is that it makes you afraid that it run out at a bad moment. I don't really see any other true purpose outside of maybe just being extra realism simulation. Yeah, so that's basically that the game might feel a bit deeper. And the issue here is that that might be true for the player that plays the game and doesn't know how it works, but in reality, that purpose isn't even in the game right now. Because like I said, like, you quite literally cannot run out of battery. Because the issue is that if you would actually run out of battery, then you can't play the game. Like if you are in a room that's dark when the battery lights out, you will immediately be soft locked, because you can't interact with anything. And the only way to fix that would be to have a loose condition that, like, quite literally, like, you fucking die if you run out of battery. But then that introduces more questions about, you know, soft locks, timers, and then like punishing people who are already having a hard time. The one way we could potentially fix it is to have somewhere where you can basically get infinite batteries. But at that point, it's like, although we now have more consequences, if you can always go and get more batteries, like, is it still a little bit superficial, you know? In Silent Hill, the radio warns you of nearby enemies, but also attract enemies a bit. Most players use it. Interesting. Instead of running out, the flashlight will slowly weaken. It does do that. Shorter range, more flicker. It does. That way players can always see something. Yes, and the issue is that people are okay just seeing something, so they never charge it. Because the light gets really low. And I've seen multiple people play through the game with that shit light because they just don't want to waste any batteries unnecessarily. How to get a new person's view? Haven't actually watched streams, you've been linking, yeah. Just a flashlight flickering, battery dying, etc. can be a scripted event to make certain moments more spooky, but that's more removing batteries and making things scripted. Yeah, and once again, the irony here, from my point of view, is the fact that, like, being able to pick up batteries is literally what I consider the main advantage. Like, this is the thing I like the most about the battery system. I actually don't care that much about you getting like less light or like the whole thing about the realism thing of being able to charge it. Like, those are kind of side points for me. Like, the thing I like the most is that there's just more items in the game. Like, having consumable items is just very convenient as the developer to be able to just put in places in the game. Because without batteries right now, like 90% of the cabinets you open would just be empty. Like there would be there would be stuff in there, but there would be nothing for you to pick up, and that feels a bit weird. And of course, the way you can fix this is to just make sure that to make more unique items, more documents and stuff, which of course we are going to make for the full game. But it's very convenient for me to be able to have a consumable item to throw around. What is up, Strom? Welcome in, man. I think punishing people is good. I don't know if it is. Because you gotta keep in mind that, like, you succeeded. How long did it take you to play through the demo? Like 20 minutes or something? You would probably not even have been affected by this. Do you know what I mean? Whereas there are some people who took like 4 hours to play through the demo. They would have been punished over and over and over again by a system like that. While they are already having a hard time, maybe already getting a little bit infuriated because they are stuck. And on top of that, I as the developer is gonna be like, here you fucking... I'm gonna punish you even harder for not getting the puzzle. Like, it feels a little bit unfair. I'm not sure it would make the game more enjoyable. I'm unsure. Obviously, I am not like entirely set on what to do here. Like, that is partly why we are talking about this, right? Like, I'm still not entirely sure what I want to do. But I definitely think I need to do something, because the way it works right now is... I see a lot of issues. How much will the deluxe version be, and what will the extra color be? Yeah, I think we need to do some like $1,000 deluxe version, and then we just add blue somewhere in the game as well. Yeah, batteries all around the place is much easier to make and less time consuming than making lore trinkets in that place. Yeah, it's just less... It's a much more manageable scope, right? To have more items but with less work, basically. The thing is that I don't... Like, another thing you could do is just to figure out another consumable, but I don't know what that would be. Like, the only thing that comes to mind for me for another consumable would be health related. Like, maybe you can find pills to... like, as a remedy for like a sanity system, or maybe you can find bandages to... like increase your health, but I don't have a health system, so it doesn't, and I very much doubt that there's gonna be any type of health system in the game, so it doesn't really make sense either. Punishing players is bad design philosophy. It drives away players. You gotta do positives, not negatives. Yeah, from what I have seen, it seems generally speaking to be the case. Like, it's very easy to find ways to punish players, but it rarely actually makes the experience better. Me in the corner with 8 hours, yeah. No, but that's what I mean, like, in the end this is a puzzle game, so the playtimes are going to vary a lot, and any consequence we add is going to mainly affect the people who are already struggling and maybe even are on the verge of like stopping playing the game. Can't remember the ins and outs, it was a while ago, what's the gist of it? Yeah. Have you thought about having a wall port and charger port in a room somewhere for people to run back to and charge the flashlight? Yeah, the main issue with that one, Strom, is that it fixes some of these issues, but it removes the need for the main thing I like about it, which is having more items to pick up. Because if you can charge it at a with like a wall plug or whatever, then you don't need batteries anymore. So now we can remove what I consider the main benefits and keep the things I kind of don't care about. Are Google stuffs better to get feedbacks? What do you mean, Olivier? Google stuffs? You mean like Google Forms or something? Is that what you mean? Monster Ultra energy drinks. Happy Halloween, guys. Don't people tend to like hard games like Dark Souls, classic WoW competitive games? Sure, maybe not punishing people, but can't make it too easy. No, I definitely agree that it can't be too easy either. That is definitely true. But there very much is a... like, it needs to feel fair. And... like, it needs to make sense for the players. And this one... just the main difference here is that Dark Souls is a combat game. Classic World of Warcraft, like, it's proper combat, competitive games. Like, the main focus there is, like, combat, right? Which I think is... you have much more like leniency or free room to make combat difficult in the game. But you gotta keep in mind that this game, one of the core mechanics of this game is that it's a puzzle game. Like, you go around solving puzzles in the house. So that's when I feel like it might be a little bit more weird having like another layer on top of that while you are trying to solve a puzzle, maybe even struggling to solve a puzzle, you also get like a bunch of punishments unrelated to the puzzle. Now, of course, it's not only a puzzle game, but I think the fact that it is a puzzle game changes things a bit. Like, usually in a puzzle game, the difficulty comes from the puzzle, not from things around making it more difficult for you to solve the puzzle. Google Forms, yeah, I use Google Forms for feedback. I have a feedback link in the demo for to a Google form, which I find quite useful. I do think that if you're doing like a public build, you should keep it to the minimal. I think doing like 25 mandatory questions in a form like that for the average player is not gonna work, because most people are gonna be like, sod it. But you can definitely get a lot of good feedback from it. You want it consumable, but it can be something else than the flashlight battery? Yeah. I would be more inclined, if I'm being honest, to removing the entire battery system, because that would get me rid of the things that I consider to be real issues right now. But if I could find another consumable item, that would have been great. But the issue is that, like, since we don't have a health system, and if we're not doing batteries, I find it really difficult to come up with like a consumable item that makes sense. Classic WoW is not hard, just not super player friendly, yeah. It's definitely harder than the new ones, that is for sure. Thing is, it comes down to the design. Dark Souls is designed around being hard. It's clear that it's a rage game, yeah. No, I think that is fair as well. Like, kind of the main purpose of Dark Souls is that it is difficult. I don't know if I am making the type of game that people wanna play because of difficulty. Like, the main two audiences that are gonna enjoy my game are people who like puzzle games. They wouldn't want difficulty that much outside of the actual puzzles. And then people who like horror games, which might not want difficulty at all. They just want the creepy ambience and some jump scares or something. Cheers out. Like, this is not really the type of game that like pro gamers are gonna wanna play to like flex their skill, you know? The punishment of being bad at puzzles is that you can't progress because you can't beat the puzzle. I don't think it needs extra punishment. Yeah, because that is what I find to be the issue with these like systems that would punish the player. Like the people who are already being punished, who are already stuck, are the ones who get punished the most. And I don't think this is the case where like it's gonna be similar to Dark Souls, where people get like motivated to finish it to feel more rewarded or whatever, which is kind of what happens in Dark Souls. Like I think the biggest chance here is that people are just gonna quit the game and be like, fuck it, this is too annoying. You can spread tips instead of batteries, more clear ones maybe. Spread more pieces to puzzles, split them up more than you already have, yeah. No, that's true, and I think definitely in like the full game and stuff we are going to do that. The issue is that that is a lot more work than having a consumable item. Even just spreading tips, if you mean like notes and stuff, this is now text I have to write and localize into 12 different languages. I need to change my puzzles, like it's a lot more like manual work to get those items. Like the main reason why I find consumables to be so convenient for me is that I can just throw one here and there. Like I don't really have to, it's not extra work for me to add more items. Because anything like puzzle pieces or notes or documents, like unique things, is stuff that's gonna require me to do new art, localize the name into like 12 different languages. If it's a document, localize the content into like 12 different languages, make custom art, you know, like all of that stuff. So it's just very convenient to have a consumable, but I don't know, like if we can't do it, I might just have to fucking, I don't know. Right now, in all honesty, I am leaning towards just scrapping the entire system, if I'm being honest. Just add a pop-up in-game on player feedback for every puzzle. I completely agree on the puzzle game difficulty assumption. If you want to give a resource, then half of that mechanic is figuring out how to take it away. One idea for consumables is collectibles. If you collect all the hidden collectibles, maybe unlock some extra content, like concept art that they didn't get in the game, etc. Yeah. Yeah, I do think collectibles is a pretty good shout. It's definitely... It has a big chance of being more work than a proper consumable item, depending on what type of collectible it is. Because it might be, like, you could argue that the photos in the house, you could kind of consider them to be collectibles. They still do require custom art and a bit of localization, but it's not as bad as, like, completely individual... I mean, it is a fair bit of work still. I guess it would be if we had like a stackable collectible. If we... This is me trying to keep the scope as low as possible, but still be able to have a lot of items, basically. But then it feels like they should have a purpose. I guess maybe you could have... Oh yeah, maybe that's what we do. Maybe we put some big optional puzzle somewhere in the game, where you need to collect like 18 different items. Or like of the same. Like maybe you just need a fucking... Maybe there's something on the wall and you need like... I don't know, some fucking tokens or like gems or something to put inside of it. And then like half of the rooms in the game have a gem like hidden somewhere. And if you find all of those, you can put all of them in the place. Like nothing to do with the main purpose of the game. Like this is more like... Maybe an achievement to unlock it or whatever it might be. Like maybe do something like that could work. Oh shit, I have not tried the demo. Go and do it, Atrium. Go and try the demo. Here's a link if anyone hasn't. Appreciate any reviews, does mean a lot. I still think that if you remove the batteries, you will need a reason to turn off the light. Like puzzles that are solved by turning off the light, like text on walls are only seen when the lights are off or something like this. Yeah. Now, it is a good point. Like, if we don't have the batteries, at least in the demo right now, there is not really any purpose to why you should even be able to toggle the flashlight. That is a kind of fair point. It is in the game jam version, we had a clear reason. And it's very possible that I do something similar, but that might be like a one-off thing, more so than a... Like in the Game Jam version, it was kind of the main mechanic of the game. Yeah, consumes are fun, are as fun to get as it is. Like, I would probably despair if you had food or hydration system in the game, yeah. Much as I like the concept of the battery system, I think you might have to remove it for it to make sense. Yeah, it is kind of what I'm leaning towards. Achievement to collect 100 cookies, yeah. Just have them all as old photo, and then you can unlock content in the main menu as extra content to say certain intervals, from 25, 50, and 100%, yeah. Still, like, I would still have to make the art for every photo, but there are gonna be more photos in the game as well, and in the full game I already have an achievement for finding all of them. Mosaic wall art with one pickup is a single piece / pixel, yeah. No, but you could actually do something like that. How many players I've tested so far? The demo, I think we've had like 250 players or something. Sorry guys, we do have some ads coming up. I'm gonna go and get some more coffee during the break, but we shall be back shortly. Maybe like a broken record, you have to piece it together, play it, and then like a jump scare and achievement, yeah. No, I think like kinda silly optional collectibles could be one way to do it. Let me actually have a look here. Yeah, we are currently sitting at 294 unique users, so almost 300 people have played the demo so far. Currently sitting at 57 reviews. Thank you so much to anyone that's reviewed the game. Pretty good, sent it to a friend. Thank you very much, Atrium. Appreciate you, man. Okay, the ads are running, so let me just take a quick break and I will be right back. Give me just a minute or so. Appreciate ya. Okay, we are back. Sorry guys, that did take a little bit longer than I anticipated, but as always, I appreciate your patience. Let me catch up with chat here. Maybe a way to sort the bad patch so you can find what you need. Do you mean like manually sorting it, or do you mean like a filter type thing, or automatic sort? Because we actually did used to have a system to sort the... Like you could basically drag and drop items in your inventory. The thing is that from playtesting, I mean partly this is on me because I never taught a player how to do it, but almost no one ever actually used it, and it introduced another issue which I did not know how to fix. So that system I actually ended up removing like right before the demo release. Like it was one of the last things that we did basically. Because the issue was basically that if you can drag and drop them, that means you could also drag them out of the backpack. And there was an issue with like detecting whether someone is trying to drag them or pick them up, where if you clicked very quickly while moving the cursor, you would basically pick up and drop the item. So people would like try to pick it up multiple times. And that seemed like a bug. Like I mean, you could argue that it actually was a bug, but yeah, it wasn't that issue. I didn't know how to fix quickly enough, so I ended up just scrapping the entire system. But it is very possible that I might introduce it later on. Can I try it probably next week when I play it relaxed and not in a stressed state? No worries, man. Whenever you can. Sadly, I have to run doing Path of Exile prep at the moment for tonight. Have a great weekend, everyone. You as well, Atrium. Thank you very much for stopping by. Torn paper scraps that give a message when completed, or a cipher where one pickup is a decrypted letter. Yeah. Wait, was that still the break? The whole time I thought it was live. Nah, we do a little. Have a little clip player for the breaks to make them at least a little bit more engaging. Let's see, Mais du want. he did have a playthrough. He played on the early access version, which did not have... That one actually did have the ability to reorganize the inventory. But you can very clearly tell a few places where the bug got a little bit annoying, in my opinion at least. Okay, so there it was fine. But I think like here, if I'm not mistaken. No, he grabbed it. Was it... I know there were a few moments when he did a thing where you like drag it out and it instantly drops the item instead. Oh well. And I wanted to get rid of that bug, so that's when I was like, you know what, fuck it. I'm just gonna remove the entire thing for now. Yeah, maybe some consumable, or not consumable, but collectible thing. But maybe still give it some type of purpose, you know? Now I missed a few minutes, but if you plan to add more items for puzzles or lore, or whatever, I can see the backpack getting clogged up. As it is in the demo, there is notes and pictures that maybe have a use but feel redundant after a while and only take up space-ish. No, I do understand what you mean. I think there's one thing that could kind of fix it, which is to automatically remove items that I know that the player doesn't need. Like, we do that with some things, right? Like, for example, if you have a key. If you use the key, it just disappears, right? Because there's no reason to keep that in the inventory. And I think there are certain moments where you can do that even more. Like, for example, there are like some stuff that are supposed to be like hints for specific puzzles in the game right now. Like, even those documents and stuff could also be removed once you solve it, once we know that technically the player doesn't need this anymore. Or we could even do, like, something I have thought about is to potentially add some type of... Yeah, look, I even made art for it. Like, you could make like a sorting system. Where you could basically choose to show everything, only key items, only tools, only components, or only documents. Like, something like that could be pretty neat if the game ends up having like too many items. Because then you don't have to scroll through like the entirety of the inventory to know or to find the item you want to use. Like, if you're looking for a key, you can go, oh wait, didn't I get a key before? And you just filter it and you would only see the keys you have. You know, I think something like that could be pretty neat. On Niao, welcome in. That looks nice. Yeah, I think this could be a pretty decent solution if the backpack ends up getting too clogged up. Like, I do think it's kind of fine in the demo as of right now. Since what, you get like... If you would pick up every single item in the entire game, I still don't think you ever reach more than 2 rows of items. But obviously in the full game, you might like fill the entire bag up, and that could get, as you said, it could feel a little bit clogged up. Otherwise, you could also even do one that is like trash, basically, like items that you don't need to worry about anymore, like make sure that those go somewhere else, basically. $267 megabytes, sad face, is that bad? Is that not fairly small for a game? As far as I'm aware. Yeah, I think something like this could be nice to have. Basically just have little tabs. And I think these are fairly intuitive. I mean, you would understand them after a while, no matter what. Because this would basically be sorting by item type, right? That's basically why I thought of that. You could do it as in, you could do like important and unimportant items too, just have two tabs. One for stuff that is going to be useful for you right now, and the other one is for items that I know the player don't need at this moment, but you can still look back on them if you want to. I think it could work. I'm mostly thinking of notes and pictures. Not sure how deep going the clues are, or if you can just remove them when you say solve what is supposed to hint at. Yeah. The one issue... Hey, True Macaco, welcome in, man. The one issue is that what do I do with... Say there is an item that is like not really a clue to a puzzle, but say that there's something like there's gonna be lore in the game, right? Like there's definitely gonna be some stuff in the game which is only lore related. Like it's just about like giving you basically small hints for the backstory, right? Not really like a hint for a actual physical puzzle in the game. And I guess the issue is that if we remove all the items you never need, then that might give the impression to the player that all of the items you have now must have a clear purpose. And that's not really right either. At the same time, if I would also remove like lore items and stuff, that could also be a bit weird, I think. If someone like actually wants to try and figure out the actual story and so on, that could end up being a problem too. I definitely think some items can be removed. Like if it doesn't give any lore and it is a clear like one-to-one, this document gives you the hint for this puzzle, and that's all it is. At that point, once you solve the puzzle, I think we could remove it. But if it has lore in it as well, it's possible that the player might still want to look back on it. And at that point, I kind of wonder if it's maybe better to do something like this. Just being able to sort it instead. As long as this doesn't trip anyone up, that could be an issue too. Like what if someone... Just like, I would kind of need to teach this. What if someone, like, accidentally switches to only see tools, and then they forget that they have this one? Probably not. No. Can we trust that people are gonna understand how this works? Probably. Yeah. I think they would. I think that system looks good, even if the fill up is not as chaotic. Yeah. Just at least you can filter it a little bit, right? I think the main issue really occurs when you have everything in one big bag. Even this, though, I think would be fine. I would say it's more so if you get to the point where, like, almost the entire bag is full. Just even something like this. It's a bit to look through, but it's, like, you can go through this relatively quickly, right? Muted for the sake of playing your game, AFK. I will tell you how it goes. Cheers, man. Thank you very much for giving it a go. appreciate ya. Yeah, maybe we should do some little collectible. Maybe we should use some AI brainstorming here to see what kind of options there are. What are some collectibles or consumables that could work for a point-and-click horror game? Either for the sake of collecting or with some purpose. You can, but if you add a 3-4 times that or more, also my opinion. No, I do agree, like if it gets more than that, I think it can start getting a little bit too annoying to like browse through every time you want a specific item. Especially since sometimes I actually do reuse the same symbol as well. So at that point I think it would be... I think it would be fairly easy to implement a system to filter through them as well. Because we basically, what, we're gonna have a list of all the items in your bag. Each one has a reference to a type. So if you switch to another type, we just loop through, disable all the ones that are not that type, enable the ones that are that type. All are basically still in the inventory, but the ones with other types are disabled. If you ever switch back to showing all types, then we just loop through and enable each one. Like, it would be fairly simple to do it, to be honest. JD does dev, how you doing, man? Hope you're having a good Friday so far. Early, but so far so good. Nice to hear, man. Decepto, welcome in, man. How you doing? Hope you're doing well. Thank you for playing the demo earlier. It was fun to watch you play it. For anyone who doesn't know, Decepto is yet another streamer on Twitch. He played through the Shroud of Gloom demo earlier today. Go and check him out if you haven't. Thank you very much for the follow as well. Okay, quickly beat the game, as when I installed it, booted instantly. Pretty good, bit easy, not a bad thing. I got good memory. I should 100% played it more in darkness when I'm not stressing Path of Exile stuff. Is this PC only? The game, yes. Right now it's technically even Windows only. I mean, I guess you can play it with Proton, so it works on like Steam Deck and stuff, but yeah, in terms of difficulty, I think that is such a tricky thing, because I think for this game, since it's also like a horror game, it's not only a puzzle game, I think it's better to lean towards being slightly too easy. Just with that being said, there's still, even in the current version of the game, there are people who struggle quite a bit. So it's that thing about like getting it right for most people. But I think I'm gonna try in general to lean a little bit more towards the easier side. Right now, in terms of like the actual feedback on the demo, it actually looks like we are leaning slightly toward the harder side. Like, most people found the puzzles to be like just right. but slightly, ever so slightly leaning towards them being a little bit too difficult. Sorry for the flashbang. I'm planning on playing it tonight on a very special episode. Ooh, let's go, man. Exciting, exciting. I'll try to check it out. I don't know if you're doing it live, but if that's the case. Love the game, although a scaredy cat. Hope it's even better when it releases. Thank you very much, Decepto. Okay, with PC only, an item that the player should start with is a notebook that you can actually write within. Oh, that is pretty interesting. The writing itself should be easy to implement. Don't know how you deal with inputs. But also have to tab out to write down 2 harder puzzles. Yeah. No, that's actually an interesting idea. Being able to actually take your own notes. And like, I do suppose I could get that to work with just a... There's those like input fields or whatever. And just cap it on the size of the paper. So like more than this you cannot write down. Probably wouldn't be too difficult to implement, to be honest. Because I don't want to start scaling the text mid-game. That should feel a bit weird. Like, if we just lock it to, like, you literally cannot enter more text if you would reach the very bottom, which most people probably won't. I would need to disable some shortcuts while doing it. Like if you type a C or whatever, we can't toggle the flashlight at the same time. But that would be fairly easy as well. That would be handy. I use Notepad, yeah. I basically have a small little notepad in the game. It's also another thing I've been thinking of is the journal. I think it's fair to say that the journal in the game, like the one that shows your objectives or whatever, is also one of those things that is fairly... Maybe not superficial is not the right term here, but I think it's fair to say that it is fairly redundant at the moment. Like, you don't actually get that much useful information from it. That could change just by implementing more objectives. Like, for example, like when you walk up to a certain puzzle, that could actually pop up as a journal entry, like, I should find the solution for this, blah blah blah. Because that would kind of let the player know a little bit more, like real time, what am I trying to do right now. The only thing you could argue though is that the map kind of does the same thing. Because since we have these like markers on the map, those kind of becomes like a little objective list. Thinking of playing a few story games on stream tonight, going to try and get a list. Nice, man. Wow, that's an early stream. Yeah, I did get on a bit earlier today. How you doing, Slater? Good to have you. Shadid's welcome in as well. Fragile human being, that's a way to enter a stream. How's your life going? So far so good, can't complain. How you doing, man? I've been playing RuneScape a lot recently, and the quest log there is kinda good from time to time. Yeah, just I think the good thing about the journal we have, we could actually combine the journal and have a note section as well. We could have both. We could have like a journal and notes. Maybe even make it instead of where there is an item, they are all part of like the map thingy. Like maybe when you open the map, you can choose to look at either... Like maybe it defaults to the map, because it's probably what most people will look at the most often. But maybe that's where you also switch to the journal and your notepad. Maybe. Because it is a little bit weird having like a notepad, which is a very like... That would become a pretty specific item, but then have that be an item in your inventory, potentially. I don't know. November's tomorrow, so I'm already drafting my November book. Nice. Great Grievance. Welcome in, man. How you doing? I turn off flashlight and battery resets. Is that a bug? It doesn't reset. It's just that the display doesn't show you anything while it's turned off. If you turn on the light again, you're gonna have the same display. Because the main reason there is that I think it would be weird to turn off something and then it still have something that shows light, because technically that would still drain your battery. Do you know what I mean? So it, like, technically speaking, it doesn't ever reset it. It's just that you can't see your battery when it's turned off. But I will say, like I said, when it comes to the battery system, it's still possible that we scrap the entire thing. Still a little bit undecided there. If only 3-4 nodes actually might contain a solution, it forces the player to pay attention to every text and picture because they might contain a solution. Yeah. Is that a bad thing though? I'm not sure. I mean, if 2 out of 30 nodes contain a solution, then I think it's an issue. But if some do and some don't, like in a relatively balanced manner, I think that's fine. Because, like, I want this to be a little bit Dark Souls-like, where you might have to, like, figure out the story a little bit on your own as well, and a lot of that will be through documents and stuff. But I do try to hint a little bit, like, if you've noticed, there are some hints in the game which might contain, like, certain sentences which are bolded. That is one way I try to tell the player that this is actually important information you should keep in mind. Whereas, like, in other places, there might be a note that has no bold text whatsoever. That's a little bit more to say that potentially this is more just lore related. Does that make sense? Because other than that, I don't really know how I would tell the player. Because I don't know if you always want to be too obvious either. Like, I don't think the solution would be to have, like, the name of the item be, like, the name and then in parentheses, like, this is a hint, you know? That might be a bit too much. Like, one of those first notes should be a solution for something. To be fair though, it might not be noticeable in the demo, but almost every document in the game has some type of hint for something. Even some that you might not expect, but you're not gonna find out in the demo anyway. But, you know, a lot of these are notes from the full game too that might actually contain information that could be useful. But then some of them are more so for lore reasons as well. But I would say that probably the majority of stuff in the game has some usefulness to it. The answer is 42. Okay, let's have a look at this. What ChatGPT can come up with in terms of collectibles and consumables, just out of curiosity. Collectibles, these can be purely atmospheric, unlock lore, endings or achievements. Or journal pages, well this we already have, but the issue here is that I'm mainly looking for things that are kind of easy to implement. And this requires a lot of writing and localization. We are gonna have more of this, but, you know. Really just about setting expectation. If you write a note early to solve a thing, then the player will kind of be forced to read them all and pay attention. Currently it felt like I didn't need them, so I didn't remember them. Yeah. I don't know. I think it's good data. At the same time, I think you need to... There are, like, things, other factors we need to consider. Like, for example, the fact that you didn't need them doesn't necessarily mean that other people didn't. Because there's definitely been a... Like, from the players I've seen, I have seen people solve things specifically because they read a document as well. I am genius. No, but it is something to keep in mind, right? Like, I'm very hesitant to do drastic changes to the game from like one point of data, because I think that's very risky to do in general, right? And also, I'm not entirely sure if it is a bad thing. So, like, sometimes in puzzle games, like a few like red herrings and stuff, I don't think that necessarily always is a bad thing. Like, if someone ends up reading a little bit too much into a certain document that maybe is just lore or whatever it might be, as long as it doesn't derail them for like 2 hours, I'm not necessarily sure if it's a bad thing. Shading door chain should shade suggestion. Doesn't it? I think both if you click on the door should shake. If you click on the chain should shake. If you mean there only is one chain at the moment, right? Because that one should shake. If you're talking about this one. Yeah, fair. Red herrings are good. I think they can be. I am fine with one document being a solution out of 2000, just that the earlier that document is required for a solution, the earlier the player will start to pay attention to each document, yeah. No, I do see what you mean about like the whole thing, how it sets the player expectation a little bit. I think that is a fair point. Like, if the first document seems completely useless, it's likely that they will brush off future documents as useless. If the first document they read seems incredibly useful, they might end up reading in a lot more to the other ones they find. I think that is a fair point. One tricky thing here, though, is that it's... no, it depends on where I put it. Right now, as the game currently is, it is a little bit tricky knowing what document someone might pick up first. Because what? Right from the get-go... No, you know what? Theoretically, any document in the game could be the first one they pick up. Because they could just ignore all of the first ones. And only pick up the one that most people find lost. Technically speaking, that could be... Very low probability of that happening, of course, but technically speaking, that could be the case. Because there's not a single document in the game that you have to pick up. Like, theoretically, you could ignore, like, all of them. It might make the game harder, because obviously some of them do hint a little bit to puzzle solutions and stuff. There's like, as soon as you get into the house, there's at least like 3 documents you can find before solving any puzzle. Let's say you start with one document, key is hidden at location, yeah. And if you do something like that, that would very much like give the impression that documents might be very useful, which they are, in some regards. Like, it's a little bit on a case-by-case basis, right? Like, some might be really useful, some might have almost no use case. Unless you count lore, of course. And like, some of them are maybe not even lore, but like world building stuff, if that makes sense. Cheers out. Part of the backpack tutorial, just an idea. That depends. That would be if we move the journal or something. Because what I did before in earlier versions of the game is that you actually didn't even have the backpack until you picked up the first item. That makes a little bit less sense if you start with items. And we definitely can't start with an item. Like, if there's a clue thing like that, you would have to find it first, right? It could be right in front of your eyes immediately, but because it wouldn't make sense to have it in your backpack from the beginning. But I'm not sure that's actually what you meant either. Prost, exactly. Okay, make TV smashable. That is something I want to do. Potentially add filtering to the inventory. I don't think that's the most important thing right now, but it's probably something we want to do for the full game. Anyway, good luck at a go. No worries, Atrium. Thank you very much for hanging out. Always good to have you, man. Good luck with your Path of Exile stuff. Oh yeah, wait. Let's have a look at the brainstorming from ChatGPT. Audio reels. Nah, we're not gonna have voice acting. Keys, that's not really what I would consider a... Whispers or echoes? Collectible that can be heard. No, nope, not doing that. Utility survival. Candles, matches. I'm not doing matches. That's scope creep, because now, like, the player's gonna expect to be able to set anything on fire. I'm gonna have to animate fire. That's not happening. Painkiller sedatives. Yeah, I'm not sure if I want like a proper sanity system. Ink or graphite sticks. Let the player record notes on a map limited by supply. Film rolls. Need for camera that reveals hidden clues or entities. Rags or bandages. That would require a health system. Batteries or fuses. That's kind of what we have now. Holy water, tea, alcohol, cigarettes. Yeah, that would also kind of be like sanity system or something. It's a little bit tricky. I'm kinda leaning towards maybe getting rid of the battery system and instead adding some collectibles that might do give you some optional clue, or like optional content. Like maybe you have to collect some little marbles or whatever. And like put in the right place. And then you could have multiple of those be collectible. That would only require one localization key as well. Maybe something like that. Because then we can still have fairly like collectible items that could be useful. Yeah, something stackable, exactly. So they're not gonna be like unique items, it's just gonna be something collectible. Because as soon as we do collectibles, which are non-stackable, what that actually means is that they must be individual. So that would be something like the photos, which are unique, but that obviously adds more work. Once again, we're gonna have more of that in the full game, of course, but this is more so about finding a good reusable item that we can kind of reward the player with for looking around. This doesn't even, if we do something like that, it doesn't even have to be solvable in the demo. As long as we can't make it so that you're missing like one, because then people are gonna think they can solve it and maybe spend like an hour looking for it and get like irritated. Like, if we add it in the demo, it should be clear that you cannot finish it in the demo. Like, if you look around everywhere, find every single one, at most you should only have like half. So that it's very clear that like, okay, I'm not gonna be able to finish this. I think that is fairly important. So what would that be? Maybe we can get some more AI brainstorming here. I'm thinking I don't know if I want it to be like a door that's locked, but it could be some type of like a box or something, or some smaller compartment that's maybe locked. And you need to find like a few emblems, gems, marbles, or whatever. Empty Polaroids that player can use to make screenshots for things to memorize. That's an interesting idea too. Someone calling your code ChatGPT code, is it good or bad if it's your first actual project? I could see an argument for both. But your 30 minutes playtest got quite far, then I found it boring, fair enough. It's not for everyone. Thank you for giving it a go though, Onyao. Yeah, I think maybe do some compartment or something similar. That you could potentially open with some collectibles. Not ChatGPT code, but they said it is. I guess it mainly depends on like the actual reason behind why they said it, if you know what I mean. I don't really understand it, how that makes sense though. Like, how do you tell if something is ChatGPT code or not? Do you know what I mean? Like it's one thing when you say that like an image looks AI generated. You can tell if it's all broken. Yeah, but I could write code myself that is all broken too. Do you know what I mean? Gave you a positive review, thank you very much, Onyao, that does mean a lot. Appreciate ya. Yeah, no, just kidding, yeah. If I was learning code today, I 100% used ChatGPT and give a big fuck you to any haters. No, I'm gonna be honest, I used ChatGPT quite a lot when I started out. I made very sure to not get too reliant on it. Because I still wanted to learn myself. I think that's the main issue about using ChatGPT to learn programming. The fact that it can become a pretty big crutch that might make you actually not like grow as much yourself as a developer. But if you manage to keep that balance, I think it can be a really useful tool. I definitely don't use it as much today. Like 90% of the time when I use ChatGPT today, it's more so about either like informational stuff, as in like fancy Google search, or as in like for just initial brainstorming. ChatGPT code writes a lot of comments and comments with emojis, yeah. However, I assume that Jin's playtesters or whatever haven't actually seen the code. I assume that it's from the, like, playing the game. And that's when I go like, I don't know if there's any, like, clear indication playing a game that would tell you whether it was written by AI or not. I think AI is great for you if you're already disciplined and know how to code. API usage for AI is great, yeah. I think it can be good for like learning to code as well, but that's where I would, there's definitely an asterisk, right? Like there's some factors that I think it can be bad for learning how to code too, depending on exactly how you use it. Like when I started off, I used AI quite a bit, but one thing I very stubbornly did was to quite literally never copy-paste code. Like I would read the code, try to make sure I understood it, and then I would write it all myself just to like memorize it a bit better what I was actually doing. Like small things like that to make sure that, like, basically to make sure that I was still learning stuff. right? Because if you start just blindly copy-pasting, I think that's when it becomes a lot more of a crutch rather than a tool to help you learn. Which is the reason why, as Kenji said, I think if you already know how to code, just copy-pasting might actually be fine, because you probably still understand the code. It's more so like, if you start copy-pasting code that you don't understand, I think that's when you take an opportunity to learn something and you basically ignore it, right? And that, I think, can be a problem. At the very least, if your end goal is to learn, but, you know, I assume that would be the case for most. I kind of use ChatGPT like I used to use Stack Overflow, yeah. Spend $200 a month on personal credits, probably $400 to $600 a month at work. Buy, build engines, plugins, and do performance tuning all day, yeah. For me, I use it as a teacher of sorts, and not just to copy-paste code. The amount I learn compared to when I doodle things is astronomically, yeah. No, I think if you use it in that type of way, I think it can be quite useful. I found it to be, at least. It's like the NCT48 ride from Limitless. It works better if you're already smart, yeah. I think LLMs have way more usage than generative AI. Like, I'd say generating art has very little utility. Using LLMs for code to help, however, is extremely useful, yeah. I guess you could, like, the counter argument would be that it can be good for, like, kind of concept art type stuff. Like, maybe not as, like, the final product thing for generating art, but for getting some early concepts. Like, basically, when it comes to, like, writing or art and stuff, the way I see it, where I think AI can be, at least today, fairly useful, is in, like, the brainstorming session, or the brainstorming part of it, if that makes sense. But that was a negative review, so I'm gonna dev reply to him and say lol. I used ChatGPT the last few days to brainstorm how to optimize a simulation of asteroid belt with 1 million objects that need separate simulation. It started with fairly useless suggestion, but eventually, tell you what it didn't take into account, it helps you move in a good direction, yeah. Yeah, I don't know, I find it useful sometimes to just like get some thoughts going. The only time I ever copy-paste without knowing what it means is if it's very heavy math calculations. Luckily, I don't need heavy calcs that much, but when I do, it's a great help, yeah. Yeah, when it comes to, like, complex math, I don't think I'm, like, horrible at math, but I'm certainly not, like... It's not, like, one of my greatest strengths or whatever. I do usually still try to get, like, some understanding of how it works, but... yeah. Actually, yeah, that's a great point. When I did pitch slot, I would generate the perspective first, but then do everything myself. It really helps to outline the picture, yeah. Yeah, I think for that, like, concept stuff, brainstorming stuff and so on, I can find it to be quite useful. Okay. Either we figure out some collectible item and we remove the battery system, or... we made some more smashable objects. I think both could be fine. I haven't actually done anything today, which is kind of mad. I've been chatting shit for 2.5 hours. I mean, it's good stuff though. Still getting more thoughts down on this battery system, but... yeah, I don't know. Right now, I am definitely leaning more towards removing it, if I'm being honest. What about some collectible item that might unlock some optional lore or content. Collectible item, stackable, that might unlock some optional lore or content. As an example, what would this be? Maybe you need to find, as an example, maybe you can find multiple fucking marbles that can be placed on some, I don't know, fucking locked chest or something. If you find all, you can unlock it for some lore document or similar. Any ideas? Seastron, welcome in. Since ChatGPT came out, I use it all the time to brainstorm ideas. I have it rewrite letter emails from me all the time. I used it last week for my yearly work review. Put the question from my review in and added a couple of my words, let it format it nicely and professionally. Yeah. I remember hearing about someone who wrote a wedding vows with ChatGPT. Damn. I had to write my 2-week notice. Asked a similar question, but asked about being a bitmap SOA ECS with area of interest filtering. Straight to the point, but really nice. My old boss still keeps in touch with me. Hey, if it works, it works. This is it, we are adding the marble game to Shroud of Gloom, you know it, man. Great type of collectible, stackable and optional with symbolic meaning and a clear payoff for completion. Hidden room, secret document, alternative flashback. Thematic. Wait, let me double check this first. Marbles by... Oh, porcelain doll parts. Head, torso, limbs. When assembled on a shrine or something. Don't know. Pressed flowers. Because they did something like that in... That was basically the core thing in Samsara Room. Like, every room you came to had this little section where you had to find... Like, yeah, this. Like, either you had to find all of the candles and then one item and that would, like, unlock it. Or, like, all of the shells. Like, this was main progress, but I think you could do something like this for, like, optional content as well. Yeah, it doesn't even have to be that you actually push them into. It could just be some... You could do some shrine of sorts, or like a thing where you can... We just need to place them in, like, bowls or whatever. It could be something like that as well. I mean, I basically took that straight from some sort of room, but... Because I was first thinking that this would be some, like... painting frame or like a chest with like some emblem and you have to like place the things like inside of it, but it could be more like to just lay them on top as well. You could do a... sorry guys, we have some ads running. We could do a candle holder. And you need to find all of the candles. Damn, I'm really just taking stuff straight from Samsara Room here, aren't I? Could do something like that. Posting links okay in here. As long as it's an okay link, should be fine. I am gonna go and just get myself a little bit of tea though, so give me just a short moment and I will be right back. Appreciate your patience as always. Cheers. And we are back. I'm back, so link's okay. Yeah, as long as the link itself is fine, I don't mind it. Currently, you can post links in the chat, and yeah, as long as people don't abuse it, I'm gonna keep it that way. If it starts getting abused, then we're gonna start adding link protection. Okay, we should do some candles you can find. The only issue is that, like, everything like this we add should be something that, like, puts the player on the wrong track. That is something to keep in mind. Because we don't want to derail players too much either. That's why if we add it for the demo, and if it can't be solved in the demo, then I think we need to make it very clear that they cannot solve it. Do you know what I mean? Maybe it's even bad. I don't know if it's a bad thing to have the player start solving something and then, like, if you can start solving it, is that gonna give them the impression that they are able to solve it? Because that could be an issue. That's an annoying thing when it comes to, like, game design like this. Like, you always gotta consider what, like, the end result of adding something like this is. I 100% think you can fill up the pick stuff up addition with puzzle items, but more work, as you said. It doesn't have to be, like, it depends on the actual item. I mean, yeah, I guess the question is, what exactly do you mean by puzzle items? Because one thing is something that makes it easy to have more items that you can pick up with a bit less work is to have something that's stackable, which means that the item itself doesn't have to be consumable or whatever, but it has to be stackable, which means that it's not unique. Like, if it's something that you can inspect, then it is basically unique items and a bit more work. We're still gonna have more of that, once again, of course. Like, I'm not saying that we're not gonna make more unique items for the game. But in terms of just being able to add something easy for the player to pick up, something that could be part of a puzzle, but it's, like, stackable, so that the item itself isn't unique, that basically only requires me to add one localization key. I just need to translate the name of that item, whether it's, like, gem or, like, marble or, like, it can be anything, candle, like, you know. There could be a place in the game where maybe you can walk up and inspect, like, a, you know, one of these candle holders or whatever. And then maybe in the demo right now, maybe you can find, like, 2 candles that you can place here. And then maybe something can happen if you find all of them. Or there could be some... maybe there's something on the wall, you walk up to it, and there's, like, 3-4 empty slots or something, and then you can find some emblems that you can, like, place in these slots. So it basically is like a little puzzle thing, but the items themselves are not really unique, if that makes sense. This is a video on how to really use AI hardcore for brainstorming and tracking thoughts. I've not tried any of this, but it looks really cool. You know, it definitely looks cool. Look at that fucking majestic beard, man. Holy shit. Oh, Network Chuck. I've actually watched this guy a bit. He has some videos on, like, I was a bit intrigued by cybersecurity for a while. I think I watched a few of his videos. Talking about, like, cybersecurity stuff. I'll check it out. Thanks for sharing. 6 pieces of a picture to make 1 picture. Could maybe be stackable. Yeah, that would be stackable. I wonder... the question is, can you inspect it before you have all of them? Because then the issue is that, you know, if you have the hand here, this is a perfect hand. If you have the hand, like, holding it, then the only issue is that I kind of need to make sure that the player finds this piece first. Because otherwise I'm gonna have to do some weird calculations where... like, what happens if they pick up this piece first? you can't bring up the hand and you're not holding this. I would basically need to make sure that they always overlap with each other. Like, if you have a painting looking, you know, something like this, or like a picture, I need this to be the first piece they pick up. The second one should be either of these, not that one. This could only be picked up if you pick up that one. But if this is only if you can inspect it as you go, because otherwise, there may be a little bit. Maybe it would feel worse, but it could be the thing where you just can't inspect this until you have all the pieces. Or you put them somewhere. Yeah, exactly. You place them somewhere. That is the issue that makes it so that you can actually pick up whichever one first. Because if all you have is a painting frame, then it actually doesn't matter. Oh yeah, simple hack is that the first piece is always the first piece. Yeah, I see what you mean. Yeah, that's a good way of doing it as well. Like, every item is legitimately the same item, and then when you inspect it, we just check how many of these do you have. And if you only have one, we always just enable this one. If you have two, we basically just have a checklist of how you find them. Yeah, that's a good shout too. If we want them to truly be unique, as in like the top corner piece is always the top corner piece, then we could do something like this, where you basically have a frame somewhere where you put them. Because then it does not matter at all which one you find first. Because we'll just place that one where it's supposed to be. Yeah, both of those should work. Neither one is really that difficult to do either. Yeah, not being able to inspect them could work too. That one, the only thing is that one feels a little bit odd. If we're gonna do it as an inspectable item that like you can bring up and look at yourself, in that case I think the simple hack of just like not actually caring about which part you picked up might be a good solution. What if there's a couple of pictures that are missing pieces? You find a piece, find a picture, and patch up a couple of pieces, yeah. Might get trickier with having to commit on fixed number of pickups though. What do you mean, Cheetah? I think one of the trickier things is that like how... If we say that this is always the last piece, I guess that's when you need to make sure that this is the one that gives you like the clue you actually want. Because otherwise, if you get the clue on like piece number 3, then it becomes a little bit like why even look for the other ones? Like you have the information you need. You know something I would like to make? Actually, a newspaper. I think somewhere in the game we should have a newspaper. Maybe in like the... around this size. Maybe that one could even... look like it's... like it even has multiple pages. You know? This was a very random fucking detour, but... How does a new newspaper look? You have like some picture somewhere? You would have some title. Newspaper. Like maybe you do... some line here with the name of the newspaper. You would have some bold text, maybe some image somewhere. Maybe a subtitle as well. Like the branding. Oh, the title for like the actual news thing. And then maybe you put some like picture here. And then we just do some filler text over here. Maybe. That's why I think you use fewer pieces and more picture / object. Ah, yeah, I see what you mean. When you've done the piece cutouts, then you would have to put one more pickup somewhere. Not sure I understand. Typically single column header with 2 4-column bodies. Yeah. Like, what if we do something like this? We have like some picture here. This is a beautiful tree. We have like, you know, fucking times blah blah blah, and then this section would be something like breaking news. You know, like some bullshit title like that. And then maybe we do like a few. Like we divide up some paragraphs here. I think that could be read as a newspaper, potentially. You have artful paper that is cut in 11 pieces, then you feel like you want to have 12 or 13 pickups instead. Why? Wait, why would you feel like you want to have 12 or 13? That's very spot on to your run-of-the-mill newspaper magazine. Yeah, I think this would read. Obviously, this is not something I'm gonna implement now, because I'm gonna need to like localize it and stuff. But I think this format could work. Let's maybe, can I save this one here? We can use that one at some point. If I remove batteries, I do feel like I need more stuff to collect. But is this because I don't know, should you be able to solve this in the... in the demo? Is it bad to have the player start a puzzle that you cannot finish? Because we do have a few puzzles in the game that are not for the demo, so those actually cannot be solved. And one of them, I think Cheetah, you remember, one of them you actually could like partly solve before, you just couldn't fully solve it. And I think there could be an argument for why that might feel weird. Like, as soon as you start a puzzle, that might give the impression to the player that you can solve it. Do you know what I mean? Oh, if you want to use them like batteries, we can scatter them wherever you feel like. Okay. I'm just one data point. I mean, that's an argument as well. I think you would... I mean, one issue with that specific puzzle, the one that you noticed, Cheetah, I guess, is that you got very close to solving it, so then it might feel more like you can solve it. Like, if we do something like this and we make it so that you can only find 2 of the pieces, and like the other ones just cannot be found in the demo, that might work better because it's more clear that you are missing way too much to even be close. I think maybe the issue with the other one was that I basically made it so you were one piece away from solving it. Yeah, I think you'd give them 1-2 pieces in the demo. Yeah, because I don't think we can like give them this and then only like if we only leave one part, it's gonna feel like they missed something. I replayed the demo immediately because I felt like I missed something. Yeah, exactly, and I think that might be an issue. Like, if we do something like this with collectible items, then I think it needs to be fairly clear that you cannot solve it. It's sort of thing, I remember GMTK having a video about this, where he talked about some, like, making sure that unsolvable solutions feel like they actually are the wrong solution. Like, I think his thing was that he had some puzzle, right, where you had to... Basically, there was a door over here, and there was, like, some button you could press here. If the player can press this button and you know, the door scrolls up so that it opens, but this is not the actual solution. And then if the player runs here and the door doesn't fully close until they are right by it, that makes the player think that, okay, wait, maybe I just need to be quicker. So like, if the player is doing the wrong solution, you basically want to make it very obvious that this is not gonna work. Which means that if they would press this button and the door opens up and they start running, like basically the door should close when they are over here. To make it immediately obvious that like the thing you're trying right now is not gonna work. And I think you can have kind of a similar mindset to whatever like collectible related puzzle we are making. Basically, like these steps are the amount of collectibles you can find, and the final one is the one that would get you through the door. And if we allow them to get over here in the demo, then it feels like they should be able to get over here. Basically, they should be able to find the last one as well. Whereas if we made sure that they get stopped over here, that might more clearly signal to the player that like it's going to be impossible actually solving this. Like, I'm missing way too much, so I don't have to waste time trying. Do you know what I mean? I feel like the same kind of mindset can be used on something like this. I don't think if we add something like this, it shouldn't be more than like 25% solvable. You know, I think maybe even going halfway might be too much. It needs to be very clear that you're not gonna be able to solve this. Puzzles, I mean, are these really puzzles? There's an argument that these might not be considered puzzles, but puzzles with puzzle ideas requiring collectible items. What do we have? We have like photo/painting pieces, basically for a, you know, a full photo or painting. You could do like candles for a candle holder. I don't know if that's the correct term, but you know what I mean. It can be a little bit more abstract as well, like it could just be some gems or something for some decorational... is that not a word? Decorative thing. I just place it on the thing. Like, what type of things similar to this could you have? Something I've seen before, which is a bit interesting too, is having like a scale. I think some sort of room did that as well. where basically you need to find... This might require more specific items, but weighted items for scale. That makes it a little bit more of an actual puzzle where you need to place them correctly to like scale it. Did ChatGPT have anything that we could use here? Something we should add, I think Atrium had an interesting idea. Add a notepad. Like basically a notepad where the player can write stuff down. I might actually wanna... I wonder if I should do something where we... Maybe put the journal slash notepad slash map on the same key binding. Because if we did that, we could also disable the inventory and only show the tutorial once you pick up the first item. Which makes it a little bit... I think the flow would be better that way. Because right now I almost teach like the flashlight, the inventory interactions, and the map like right at the get-go. Which, you know, it is a little bit like you want to get people playing a bit first, you know. However, just in terms of like UI, I'm not sure how I would do something like that. Because I think there is a fair argument that having like your journal and your notepad be in your inventory feels... Like these feel like fairly special items. They should have been on their own. Like I've seen some people look at a journal, remove it, and then later be like, oh shit, what was the key binding for the journal? Like people cannot expect it to be separate to like the stuff you pick up. Which I think is a fair thing. So I'm considering whether maybe we could like have the map... the journal and the notepad all on the X key binding. Like these are your main documents that you can look at. The only thing becomes like how do you switch in between them? Especially since I'm not a huge fan of like just UI elements, just having like buttons to press. I'm not sure if I would like to do that. What if we do tabs? Not, I don't know if tabs is the right word, but do you know what I mean? Like if you have a book or something, you know when you basically put little like sticky thingies? Do you call them tabs? No, I don't think book tabs. Is that... Yeah, no, exactly. Like what if we did something like this? To have it still be kind of diegetic. Like one of these would be map, one would be journal, one would be notepad. Maybe. Techbox North, welcome in man, how you doing? How are things going? 50 reviews yet? Yes, indeed. We have finally hit 50... We are currently sitting at 57 reviews. So we have finally hit the very positive mark, not too shabby. Thank you so much for everyone who's reviewed the demo, truly does mean a lot. I should say in terms of this like horror fest, I'm like that one doesn't seem to actually do too much. I think the demo release did way more than the fest did. Like in terms of like the wish list I've been getting per day and so on, I have already noticed a pretty big decline since the release. And with that being said, we're only like halfway through the fest. So I could say maybe I was hoping that the fest would give us a little bit more visibility than it has, but overall I'm still very happy with the release. I'll take it any day. Also, ladies and gentlemen, do you want to know something else that's cool? We are currently 7 wishlists away from hitting 1,000 wishlists. That is pretty fucking cool too. So if anyone hasn't, make sure to wishlist the game, play the demo, leave a review, all of that good stuff. Yeah, fine. Maybe those like tab things could kind of work. There should be like bad pockets. Oh, do you mean that they would have been on here? Is that what you mean? My guy just casually dropping diegetic. I mean, I've tried to make almost all the UI in the game diegetic as much as we can. The only exception would be the actual visualization of the contents of your inventory. This is the only thing that's kinda gamified. Otherwise, like the flashlight, technically diegetic. The map, pretty much diegetic. Like switching between different maps. Like, I try to have as little UI elements as possible. The only thing here that becomes tricky is that if I do the tabs, I can't have both of these. So maybe what we would do is remove this one, which means that if you want to go down the floor, you actually... why do one on each side? Like this is going up, this is going down, and then we put the tabs here to switch to the journal and the potential notepad. Fuck, I kinda like this, you know? I kinda like this. Mr. Human, welcome in, how you doing? Then 57 reviews, kicking ass. Yeah, so far it's going well. When you were talking about sorting the inventory, I was thinking about bad pockets as tabs for things like photos. Yeah, that is something I have thought about, and I think I might actually do. Especially if we get more items, which we will have in the full game. Like, potentially there I would do... this wouldn't be fully like diegetic, but maybe just do some filtering system like this. I do think that could work. Do I have my map here? I do. Like, do you guys not think it could work to potentially... maybe you like gray the ones out that you haven't pressed yet, or that the ones that you're not looking at. Wait, let me do this. But imagine we just do something like this, then maybe we do this one in white to show which one you are currently looking at, and then this would be like map, journal, notepad. And then instead, since now I've had like one part here to go down one map and one part here to go up, something that maybe even would be more intuitive is to switch that, and when you're looking at a map, you basically have one part here and one part here to go up and down the floor, and then here you can switch what you're looking at. Channel, welcome in, good to have you, man. What is diegetic? Diegetic basically means that it's like integrated into the game world rather than being like a UI element. Since this is a point-and-click game, like an example of a flashlight mechanics that's not diegetic would be to have like a button in the corner that says flashlight, and like clicking on that button will toggle it. Whereas like here, the fact that you have the flashlight in the game world and that's what you click on, that kind of makes it diegetic UI. Same thing, the fact that the map isn't just like a menu I open up that shows me the map. It's actually like a hand holding the map. Rather than having buttons to look at different maps, I have like in the game world, you have these like pages you click on instead. Like that's basically an example of more like diegetic UI. Another good example, if you want to see, like I said, my inventory isn't actually fully diegetic, but there is one game that does do like diegetic inventory, which would be The Forest. Is basically diegetic UI as well. Like when you open your inventory, it's basically just you showing like the entire bag of everything you have in your inventory, rather than just having like a grid layout or whatever. Yeah, it doesn't break the fourth wall, which is one of the reasons why I like to do it for this game, because obviously I value... Since this is like a horror game and stuff, I think immersion is fairly important. And the less UI elements we have, basically the more immersive it is. At least that's the way I see it. Like UI elements kinda, since they break the fourth wall a little bit, they kind of break the immersion in some regard. I've never realized those were pages for the map. Very cool, yeah. Now, it's not something I teach. Some people find it. I think I have seen people like look at the map and they'll be like, how's the top floor? So they will actually walk up and check it. But yeah, these little flaps or whatever, also that you can switch between the different maps. But I think it would work to put one here and one at the bottom, and then we do the tabs here to switch between... Basically to switch between the... like map, the journal, and maybe the notepad. And then we could get rid of the journal in the inventory. And we could wait with teaching how the inventory works until you actually find an item. You could have items in the bag, you need to shake the bag to get a random on top. Hate searching for things in my wife's handbag. Yeah, the main reason why I did not make the actual visualization of the inventory diegetic is because that ends up being quite a lot of work. Because I have to make like full, more so high resolution artworks for every single item in the game. That's why I did it, yeah. No, you're definitely not the only one that like... Isn't Fallout 4 a good example of diegetic UI? Yeah, I think they might do it. I only played it a little bit. For like, is it for the inventory? Oh yeah, this would be considered diegetic UI. This is definitely diegetic. Since it's in like the game world. Is this a mod though? I'm confused. Because this is not really diegetic. This seems more like a... it depends. If you would argue that this is like something you see through some glasses or something, then it would be diegetic. Isn't it... No, not Wrist of Rain. Isn't it like Astro Neo or whatever? Is that not a game? I think they had diegetic UI as well. Astronea inventory. Didn't that one like open from your bag in the world? Like, yeah, like this. Maybe not that one. Yeah, I don't know. I think diegetic UI is cool. I do kinda need to change how I label these. Like now I won't be able to say press X to open your map. It would more so be like press X to...
Cheers.
open your main documents or your personal documents or something. Cheers out. In Fallout it does it for the normal character inventory, but the rest of it is normal UI. Okay. Metro has a good digested UI, I think. Oh, is that the one where you see like your health on the back of the character? Like it's like on his actual armor or something? Or am I mixing this up? Oh, that's Dead Space? Okay, okay. I kinda like this. Probably isn't the most important thing to do, but I think it would be kinda cool. Get rid of the journal from here and put everything on this tab instead. Fire Heavy, welcome in, thank you for the follow. Metro 2033 has you pull up a journal in your hand that shows you information, yeah. This would be a little bit of a refactor, but I think it would be nice. Basically have tabs here for journal, notepad, map. Move this flap, the one that takes you down a floor, down here instead. That might even feel more intuitive since it would basically be one map down, one map up. Like the lower part will take you to a lower floor, the upper part will take you to an upper floor. And it would still be fully diegetic. I kinda like it. Kinda like it. If I add a notepad though, I need to make sure that the journal is not called notepad in any language. It isn't as far as I'm aware, but something to double check. What's up, Ayo? Welcome in, how you doing? Does it show up on the map after you go through? Yeah, if you mean that like, it only shows you the rooms you've actually been to. Like if I take a step forward here, boom, we have a new room. To not like spoil the entire layout immediately. I iterated a lot on the map though, to be honest. That one has changed quite a few times. But the newest one, this version, I'm actually really happy with. Okay, so the tutorial would have to change. It can't no longer be like press X to open your map. It would be like press X to open... I think it could work to say your personal documents. Or like the map and your personal documents. Basically your journal and your notepad would be here as well. Get rid of the journal from the inventory. So this would only be items you pick up in the world, which feels kinda coherent. I kinda like it. Should we try? I wonder how much... No, I'm really... I'm not being very productive today, am I? I'm jumping between like 10 different things at once. I don't know, maybe if it would be better to start off trying to get rid of the battery system. You're going to add like a scribbling sound, so it's like the character adds the room they go to. I don't think so. I did think about it for a while, but right now I have a scribbling sound whenever your journal gets updated. That's kind of like you write it yourself. I wonder though, like in the beginning, I feel like having a scribbling sound for every room you go to could get a little bit repetitive. Because at first, basically anytime you walk into a place, it's gonna be a new place, right? So it's basically gonna be the new room transition sound effect. I feel like that could get a little bit too repetitive, potentially. Damn, you could even show the flaps here, to be honest. So that there were like 3 buttons for which one you wanted to open. Scope creep. How empty would the game feel if I literally just disabled the battery system? The thing is that like this room, there's basically nothing here except for 1 battery. So that would make it so that there's literally nothing in this room to pick up. How many batteries in the game do I have? Like, I think we have like 7 batteries in total. If I'm not mistaken. Just in my opinion, I actually think the battery system is the biggest issue in the game right now. I just feel like there is a lot of design problems around the battery system. Watch on cracking the TV. That one I think is pretty important too. Mouse squeaking when tapped on the roll of toilet paper. The other ones I think are nice. I wouldn't say they are as much of a priority. Cracking the TV I think is more important, because that is something that quite a lot of people try. Sheesh, welcome in, good to have ya. Can I know the name of the game? Of course, it's called Shroud of Gloom. Here's a link to the demo in case you wanna try it out. We'll lose a battery here, a battery here. Like, that's the thing, like, in half of the rooms in the game, like, a battery is like the only thing you could pick up. I don't think I would make it so that you can actually break the TV. I think it would more so be like just an insignificant crack in the monitor screen part or whatever, if you know what I mean. I don't think it's gonna be like actually break it to like non-functional state, but just like have some interaction. Like maybe if you use the hammer on here, we just do like... we do like a little crack in one corner or something, which would basically just be an overlay on top of this. It's fairly easy to sort out. Yeah, that one is one that most people try, so I think we do need it. If you ham it, does it briefly show some picture as a reference to just bashing it to fix it? Oh, that could be kinda cool, to be honest. Just like, for a second, it like switches to a channel or something. Why don't you just say I probably shouldn't do that or something like that, unless you actually want to break it? No, you could do that as well. I think sometimes just having any interaction is kind of fine too. In all honesty, I still think that the battery system has bigger issues than not being able to break the TV. With that being said though, I still feel like we would have to add... We would almost need to have another collectible item, because I think the mana would feel too empty if we straight up remove all of the batteries. But then again, we have 7 batteries at the moment. 7 collectible items? That's quite a lot. Made you say breaking people's TV is wrong, even if they are ghosts out to get you. That would be kind of fun. I could have made 7 pieces of some frame photo that you can add. But then the tricky thing kind of becomes like... If they can solve it, it feels like it should have some type of reward. Do you know what I mean? Like, either they shouldn't even be close to solving it, which means that I probably won't have enough items to replace the batteries. Or we made it so they can solve it, but then it feels like we need some reward. Chirpy bobbleheads. Tricky, tricky, tricky. Also, I did a poll on the Discord, which, of course, you can join here if you'd like to. That didn't really help me too much. It's so ironic. This always happens, right? Whenever you do a poll, like what is the chance of this? I basically asked the community whether they wanted to have batteries for the flashlight or not. We got 25% on yes, 25% on no, and 50% didn't care. Basically, it is completely neutral. But personally, I still think that I'm leaning more towards removing it. I'm just scared about like the rooms feeling too empty. Because like I said, like removing the batteries in the game right now is basically the same as cutting the amount of items you can pick up in half. To be fair though, I don't even know if you need to be able to do something with the items, because you know what, half of the people play through the entire game without ever using a battery. So even if it's a collectible item that you cannot use, I actually wonder how many people would question it. Because it's a fair amount of people who never use a battery and still don't question what the batteries are used for. Do you know what I mean? Okay, we need to get something done though. I don't know if I'm gonna come up with this right now. So I'm still struggling with this. Unless we have other good ideas. I don't know what you guys think. Beats Creations and Blork, welcome in guys, how you doing? Good to have ya. Hope you're having a good Friday so far, happy Halloween. I never used one, I was waiting for the light to turn off, yeah. That's the issue, that's why I feel like I need to do something, like people are just not incentivized to recharge the flashlights, and I honestly think that running around with low battery is fine for the player, but if it's a YouTuber or streamer playing the game, it just doesn't look very good. Once again, like, absolutely no like hate on the people who don't charge the flashlight. I think it's natural, it's a human thing to do. Because like it's basically my own system that incentivizes people to not use the flashlight. Let's do this. But like this, for example. Like this early on in the video, where obviously it's quite important that it looks good. He turns off the flashlight to basically save as much battery as possible, right? Which means that this entire section is played without light. It might look fine for you here, but try looking at something like this on your phone. I promise you that almost everything is just completely black. At least it is for me on my phone. Yeah. I can't see fuck all on my phone. Which just isn't very engaging. So the only way I can think of to fix that is to just say fuck it and remove the entire battery system. Making puzzles? I don't know, I haven't done too much, to be honest. I'm gonna snooze this ad. I've been like going back and forth on design decisions pretty much the entire day. Which is fine. I mean, it's something I do need to figure out, so I don't mind spending some proper time to try and do so. But yeah, basically the issue I'm having is that I just think that the battery system in the game is not very good. Always interesting considering how the game will appear to viewers, yeah. Because I think playing with low light is fine for the player. It's just that, like, if you're watching someone on Twitch or YouTube play the game, it just doesn't look very engaging when it's very dark. And I think it's fair to say that, like, content creators is one of the best marketing tools you have as a game developer. Maybe especially as an indie game developer. How about making some rooms require charged flashlights to be able to enter? It's too dark in there without a flashlight. I mean, that is already kind of the case. Like, if you go into a room that's pitch black and you don't have the light on, you literally cannot click on anything until you turn the light on. The issue is that you can't run out of battery. Like, it basically stops at 15%. Which means that instead of charging the flashlight, you can just continue playing with shit lighting. Which, like, there's actually not a necessity to ever charging the flashlight. Because there's no real consequences of not doing it, other than, like, seeing a bit less. Once again, though, the issue is that if you add consequences, then either you put a timer on the game, you introduce soft locks, or you punish people who are already having a hard time. Neither one sounds like a good fit for my game. If you don't have a marketing budget, then content creators are pretty much your only hope, yeah. I think that is fair to say. I have a similar problem. It's not super interesting to watch other people play board games. Yeah. Yeah, that's also an interesting, like, how do you make a board game? I mean, let's be honest here, chess has quite a lot of viewers. You could argue that's like a board game, right? That is fairly watchable, to be honest. But to be fair, they often have like the digital visualization, which makes it easier to watch. Yeah, most people understand chess. Fair point. Yeah, that's an interesting thing as well. Yeah, I honestly think I should get rid of the battery system. I honestly think so. At least that seems like the easiest fix right now. Just the thing is that, like I said, right now, like, it barely has a purpose. There's no, like, real consequences to it, which means that there also isn't, like, any proper, real benefits to it. I don't know what the purpose is of it right now. It feels like it's fairly superficial, and it's kind of just fluff on top of the game. And when it comes to creative things like this, I do think there is an argument to be made on, you know, the fact that a lot of the time knowing what to remove is more important than knowing what to add. I just love board games. No, I definitely think there is some audience for it. Like, I do know, I have seen YouTube videos of people playing board games, so I think there is some, but I do see that for like the general public, it might be less engaging visually compared to something like the average video game. It's a niche for sure, yeah. I don't really understand chess compared to someone that actually plays, but it's fun to imagine I do. Okay. My first question is, can I remove the battery system without adding other items? Since we lose basically half of the items in the mana if we remove the battery system, I mean, I could just keep a few batteries and just not have a use for them. I don't have to remove all of them. We could leave like a couple of batteries, just a little bit of a red herring for now. Be like, maybe I can use this for something. And then maybe in the full game we can actually have a puzzle that requires those batteries instead or something. So guys, we do have some ads coming up. Maybe the battery system stands in the way of designing other type of puzzle challenges in the game. I don't know if it necessarily stands in the way. I just don't... right now, I just don't see the pros outweighing the cons, if that makes sense. I think it mainly stands in the way of the game looking engaging while spectating it, because it becomes too dark. Because people, once again, they naturally want to min-max the battery life, save as much battery as possible, which means that they play the game with like no light whatsoever. Could also be an Easter, yeah, that's a good point. Okay, while the ads are running, let me just take a quick half-minute break or so. I'll be back in literally like 30 seconds. Appreciate ya. And we are back. It's not so much that people don't like watching them, but understanding the game just jumping onto a random stream is hard, especially comparing it to a video game where you get all the context instantly. Yeah, that's a good point actually. Because I think that is kind of one of the main problems for board games being like approachable, right? Which is the fact that, how do we say this? Like, they are not always super approachable as a new player. Like, I don't play like a ton of board games, but usually it feels like you kind of need to play a full game before you get it. Do you know what I mean? Like there's a lot of like checking the rulebook and stuff, because they often are a bit complex. And it's kind of hard getting around that a lot of the time. Like in games, I think it's sometimes easier because you can show so much more information like at the right moments. You have a bit more control in how you teach the player. Like board games, you kind of have to learn yourself, if that makes sense. Ad should be over. Welcome back, guys. Will there be mechanics relating to turning off the flashlight? Maybe. It's very possible. There is technically in the full game right now, but I might potentially change how that works. So, yeah. I don't know. It definitely... I doubt it's gonna end up being like any main mechanic, at least. Thimbleweed Park. In there you collect specks of dust for no other reason than just collecting them. Oh, really? Loose change. We can have some coins. Nothing to do with them. Just coins to pick up.
Time to stretch.
That's probably a good shout. I think I missed another stretch one before. Sorry about that. Are there any benefits besides better visibility? No. Not really.
Our U14 is forcing you to stand up.
Let's
for
do
10
it.
minutes.
That's what I mean. Like, one of the main issues right now is that, like, the system. It's fair to say that it is quite superficial. Like, it doesn't actually mean that much. There's no like proper benefits nor consequences other than more or less light. That is basically all there is to it. As I said, the main thing I like about it is that it gives me an easy item to throw around the mana. This is literally what I consider the main advantage. Which ironically has nothing to do with the flashlight, right? It's just about having items to pick up. So that's the only thing that makes me hesitant to just remove the battery system, because that means that we have like half of the items in the game. So I'm a little bit like, if I'm gonna remove it, do I need to add more? Do I need to add more like collectible items or something to make sure there's more stuff in the game? Because like every other room right now has like one item to pick up, and that item is a battery. Like half of the items in the game basically are batteries. Like, is it gonna feel too empty if I just remove them? Unless it's tied to a monster's sanity or something, I would just remove it then, yeah. Yeah, and the thing is that like, you could do a sanity system, but I'm just not sure if it's a great decision, basically because of this. Like, if there's any type of loose condition to running out of batteries, we now have a timer on the entire game, which feels weird for a game with a, like, that's based around puzzles. And it would get a bunch of soft locks, and maybe most importantly, what the system really does in practice is that we punish the people who need more time. Like the people who are already struggling, maybe already are getting infuriated or like irritated, those are the ones that will suffer most of the consequences. Which I'm not sure if that's a good design decision here. Like preferably, like the way I see it, the game just looks better if people keep the fucking light on. But as long as we have batteries in the game, whether, like, I give them so many batteries, like, you can complete the entire game before your flashlight runs out. And there's like 7 or 8 batteries in the entire game. And part of the reason why I gave people so much batteries, not only because it's fun to pick up items, it's so that you should have enough batteries to not worry about using them. But still, I just think it's such a human thing to want and save stuff for a more important moment, that even with like 7-8 batteries in your backpack, like a lot of people they rather play with 15% light, barely being able to see anything, which I think it makes the game look so much worse. Could remove rooms that don't have anything? Ooh. I mean, to be fair, when I said they don't have anything, I was mainly talking about items to pick up. Almost every room has something in it. And the only issue with like removing your room, that means basically redesigning the entire layout of the house. Which I'm not sure if I'm willing to do that. Like, to be very clear, like, when I say empty room, I would even consider something like the piano room. If I remove the battery that you can find in there, I mean that that's empty in terms of items to pick up, right? But it's not actually an empty room, because, the piano is there, right? There's still something, some purpose, there's something you can do in the room, which there, I think I want for most rooms. I know not every room has that. Like, obviously the small hallway or whatever, like, it has no purpose whatsoever. But I do kind of need it for the layout, you know? But most rooms should have some relative purpose. Definitely. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know if I can change the entire layout of the house. That is a pretty big undertaking. Could the flashlight start shitty and the batteries just upgraded permanently? Yeah, but the only issue with that is that it still removes the main advantage. Like, if it's a permanent upgrade, then you need like, what, 1 or 2 batteries maybe? And I think, if anything, if it starts on the lowest light, it once again we get the issue that like, the first few minutes of the game is going to be the absolute darkest. The first few minutes of a YouTube playthrough are the most important, and that is gonna be the one that looks the least engaging. If they have a roll, then I don't think one additional battery pickup makes a big difference either way. Yeah, maybe. Couldn't I just do this? Can't I just go into my battery and just take the actual prefab and disable it? That should disable the prefab everywhere, as far as I'm aware. Right? So basically my question is, does this end up feeling too empty? Well, here to be fair, there's nothing to pick up in that room. But yeah, this is the thing. Now there's not like a single cupboard in the game that has like... I guess there's still gonna be this one. This does not feel okay. I don't think... At least I need to put some... I don't know, random books or something. I can't be completely empty. There's not gonna be anything to pick up in any of these. Literally nothing here. Obviously there's other stuff you can do in that room, but... maybe this is fine. Maybe it's not the end of the world. Nothing in here anymore. Yeah, I don't know, maybe, I mean, there might be an argument that I am just overvaluing how important it is to have a lot of items to pick up. I do think, honestly, that it makes... Like, the thing is that I feel like you could argue that there is like a little dopamine kick of like finding an item, whether it's like truly important or not. Like, basically the way I see it is that batteries are often used as a little reward for just looking around. And it's, oh, what is in here? Oh, a little battery. Which that is kind of what we lose, but then, you know, the question is like, how important is that actually? Like, is this gonna make or break the game? Is someone gonna be like, oh, what a shit game, just there was nothing to pick up here? I don't know. Probably not. Maybe some. "15% in the intro sounds like the most intense, would set the tone though too, but the YouTube comment made sense too." Yeah, I just don't think it, just like the issue is, some people even played this session without even having the light on, right? And for me on my monitor this looks fine, but when wait, how do I do this without fucking doxing myself? If I pause this, and then we do this. I have full brightness on my phone right now, and this is what it looks like. Okay, you can't see shit here. Can you see this if I do this? Like, there's literally nothing. Like, it's a completely pitch black screen. I think that is partly because I think phones just have a darker display, and that is just like. I think it's fair to say that the game is gonna look like shit because of it. It is not great, it really isn't. Are all the rooms in the game already, or do you still have rooms to make? The vast majority of them are in the game. Some still need more like decoration and stuff. But almost the entire house layout is already completed. And I mean that in terms of like the full game. Like basically the entire basement of the house is mostly done. I'm gonna need to like decorate it better and so on, but like the rooms are there basically is what I'm trying to say. Would it be crazy to say that batteries change the color of your flashlight? Or just a cosmetic thing? I think the main issue, we still have the thing about like why... Like what's the purpose of it then? Other than having the items to pick up. More glare with phones as well? I had a 400 nit phone and recently updated to 14. I don't even know what that is. They're not the same. NIT, nit, 400 nit. Some modern phone screens are freaking bright, okay. Yeah, just on my phone, I've been watching like some people's playthroughs on like YouTube and Twitch on my phone, and I've noticed that like when they turn the light off, I can't see shit. Like even if I match the brightness on my phone, I literally cannot see anything. I would have to pick like a battery percentage. Right now we start with 75%. I think that might be fine. Because I don't think you need 100%. Okay, this is 50. This is 100. I think that 75 might be fine, if we're gonna have like a set amount. Maybe 80. Because I don't know if... Do you guys know how the game looks on 15% battery? Which is, once again, how a fair amount of people play through the entire game. How do I do this? Battery percentage. 16. Like, my main monitor is fairly dark. I almost don't see anything here. On my second monitor it's definitely better, but... Like, this just feels a little... It just doesn't feel engaging enough. And this is with me already having increased the brightness of the entire game. I actually changed the target brightness. It used to be here. Which makes it even more dark. But it's... I mean, you can't see anything here. And even with this amount of light, a lot of people just, like... They rather play like this than charge the flashlight. You can definitely make an argument that I might not teach the charging mechanic enough. So some people might actually not do it because they don't know that they can charge it. But like, compare this to if your local streamer played like this. Like, this is a lot more engaging to watch, isn't it? When you can actually kind of understand what's going on. Nit is display brightness unit? I don't think I've ever heard of that. Today I learned. Maybe make it so you can find other items unless... Oh, so you can't find other items unless you have your flashlight on? Yeah, but the issue still is that, like, if the flashlight is at 15%, it's still on. Like, it's hard to find, like, a good consequence for not charging the flashlight, because I think that almost every... Like, I don't know if punishing people for it is the correct way to go about it, is basically what I'm trying to say. Zapu, welcome in, man. Good to have ya. I think I might just say fuck it and remove the entire system. Should you argue that there's no reason to turn off the light? Yep. Am I gonna keep it that way? Probably for now. Just even if they turn the light on in the room, I still think it's better to have the flashlight on. But no one is gonna keep the flashlight on if they know they are wasting battery. Like, I honestly think that, like, the whole light system in the game is kind of one of the selling points or whatever. Like, the fact that it's a low resolution pixel art game, but you still have, like, this lighting system going on. So I think we want to make sure that people can see it, you know. "100% battery looks so nice." Yeah, maybe we'll keep it like that. Fuck it. I think the game just looks better when it is a bit brighter. So maybe we just hard-code it to stay at 100%. And then remove all of the batteries. Makes the house a little bit more empty, but we're gonna have to add more fun items later on instead, I guess. Gonna be a bit more work, but I think it's gonna be better for the game. Maybe introduce something like sanity, decreases more without the flashlight, and you can implement sanity pills. Low sanity, minimum sanity, the killer catches you or something. Yeah, the issue is the practical end consequences of that, I'm not sure. Like, on paper, at first glance, it sounds good. But what this actually means is that what happens when you run out of pills and batteries? Now you're stuck in a loop. Like, if someone takes longer to play through the game, eventually they are going to run out of pills and batteries. And if that happens, you basically get stuck in this bad feedback loop. If it has an actual loose condition, that can put you into like soft lock scenario where you keep dying, but there's not enough batteries to pick up, or sanity pills, or whatever it might be. And once again, I think the main issue is the fact that it mainly punishes people who are already having a hard time, which I'm not sure if that is a good design decision. Whereas the people who breeze through the game won't even notice the disadvantages. I think Amnesia did have something like that. I think one of the things that might change it a bit there is that, as far as I'm aware, I don't think there's an actual lose condition for it. And I think the world is a lot bigger in Amnesia, as far as I know. I only played it for a little bit. So you can have more of them spread out, if that makes sense. But here, with like the somewhat limited amount of rooms we have, it doesn't take that long to find every pill or battery, whatever it might be. And if they run out, then it would be a problem for players. Then you could just give them a huge amount of it, but at that point it's like, then you kind of lose the difficulty balance of it. Like, it's just very difficult to balance this stuff. Could have it be that the light flickers rather than gets more dim when at low battery? But that would just be more annoying than anything. Yeah. It's just the thing that it does become, without any real consequence, such as a sanity system or lose condition, it just becomes fairly superficial. Like, it doesn't actually mean that much. Right? Like, whether it gets dimmer or it flickers more, which both are true right now. I do both up the amount of flickers as well as decrease the light you get from it when you run low on battery. But it just doesn't actually, like, it doesn't mean that much. Do you know what I mean? Sanity sounds like scope creep as well. It could easily turn into it. And unfortunately, I don't think that a sanity system, like, fixes the main issues here. If anything, like, we have one system that has some design flaws. And to fix that, we're gonna add a new system with its own design flaws. Because the whole thing about batteries being limited and stuff is gonna happen with the sanity system and, like, pills as well. Like, eventually you're gonna run out. Like, as I said, like, the playtime in the demo varies between, like, 15 minutes and 8 hours. And I need to make sure that, like, both people can complete the game without... Like, it feels wrong to heavily punish the people who need more time. Another suggestion, just remove the battery system and make the flashlight, like, recharge with movement, where you move the flashlight up and down to recharge it. But the flashlight was nice, it gave a nice burglar touch. No, I want to be clear, I'm definitely keeping the flashlight. The flashlight is not going anywhere. It's more so the batteries and the fact that the flashlight has batteries, or a battery level. That's what I'm considering removing. The flashlight is always gonna stay in the game. And one of the issues still is the fact that what I truly considered to be the main advantage of the battery system is the fact that there's batteries to pick up. I can have more items in the game. So doing like a wind up type flashlight or something, like, it does fix some of the issues, but it removes the need for what I consider to be the main advantage, basically. And the same thing with, like, if you can recharge it, which is another suggestion we've had. Like, whether it's recharging, like, physically from a plug or by, like, winding it up, it removes the need of batteries, and batteries are the main reason I liked the system to begin with. Choose a character to play depending on your playstyle. Paranoid, play with sanity system. Old man, play with stamina system. You can't climb up the stairs. That would be funny. Like, if you ever climb up the stairs, you now have, like, a stamina bar that decreases fully, so you won't be able to, like, walk to a new room. You need to, like, rest here for, like, 5 minutes. Maybe make the sort of flashlight can help with puzzles. Like maybe batteries give you a blacklight mode that lets you see stuff you normally wouldn't. I have considered maybe adding something similar to that. Like maybe being able to find another flashlight later on or something. But I don't know if that is a proper solution for the battery stuff. If anything, it's another point where, like, I already have people who never charge the flashlight. So if they now need to charge it to find something, it's very possible that they're just gonna get stuck instead and still not charge it. Or a cat that has dark vision and doesn't need flashlight. The batteries debate is still alive, damn, yep, I'm still on it, man. How you doing, Crit? Good to see you, man. I didn't as well. No, a lot of people didn't. Because, like I said, the thing that you need to keep in mind is that you don't really need to do it. I don't think it's weird that people don't charge the flashlight, because nothing in the game truly requires you to do it. Since there's no, like, real consequence to not charging it. I honestly think I'm just gonna remove the system completely. I think it is the better decision. Because there's too many design problems around it that I don't know how to fix, basically. Like every solution that I find introduces just more questions and stuff, and I just don't know how important it truly is for the game. I'm on team scraping it. Yeah, should we do another poll? We did one on Discord, but that one ended up being completely neutral. Half the people didn't mind either way, and the other ones were split between yes and no. Now, of course, I might have biased the chat here a little bit, because I think I've been pretty clear which side I'm leaning towards, but out of curiosity, let's run a quick poll. Batteries for the flashlight with everything that we have said, which is basically this. These are the main pros and cons that I see with the system. Do you think it's a yay, a nay, or a don't mind either way? Hashtag boss. Let's do a 2-minute poll. Cast your votes, people. The poll is up right now. Just out of curiosity. Chat does love a 50-50. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if this ends up being 50-50 too. Yeah, exactly, Crit. Every single game element needs to be justifiable. If the only justification is that you want more items to be pickable, then it's not a good idea. I think that's fair. Because, like, it's ironic because what I consider to be the main advantage of this system technically has nothing to do with the system itself. Like, it has nothing to do with the flashlight, like a draining battery. It has nothing to do with the flashlight being rechargeable. It only has to do with batteries being consumable. Do you know what I mean? Which is, I think it's fair to say that if this is the main thing I like about it, maybe I just need to put in the work to make better items for you to find. My answer to the poll is only at a specific point of the game to change the pace. But how would that work in practice? Like, how do I make batteries not be required in like the first half of the game and then all of a sudden your flashlight starts draining? Like, that feels hard to implement in like a logical manner. I feel like it's a -1 feature, but if the feature can't be fixed, then maybe there's no other way. Wait, -1 feature? Perfection is achieved not when there's more things to add, but when there's nothing left to take away. Yeah, that is something I keep in mind a lot for this as well. Like, there is that whole thing where it seems like most of the time creative ventures like this, it's better to know what to remove than what to add. So in this poll we ended up having 63% wanting to remove it, 25% didn't mind, and 13% liked the battery system. Which obviously is a lot different compared to this, but I think here it's also important to realize that I gave no context. Like, this was just like straight off the bat, what is your first reaction? If the sole reason, then just go with some sort of collectibles that are just low effort and you need to collect multiple of them to unlock a single thing. Yeah, that is... We did start thinking of some ideas to just have more items to pick up, doing something like that. Well, like, you have a stackable, non-unique item that you need multiple of. I think that's like the easy way to add a lot of items without having to make unique ones all over the place. Once again, we are gonna have more unique items, of course, but... I don't know, there's something where it's just fun being able to pick up items. For every single game mechanic, you need to be able to tell why it is fun for a player, yeah. And my argument with this has been that I just don't think that... Like, the main thing this seems to do is to make people min-max the battery life. And my honest opinion is that I don't think anyone does this out of enjoyment. I don't think people actually think it's fun to min-max battery life. I think people just do it out of like... It's just logical to try and save it. It's just a very human thing to do. But I don't think it's because people find it fun, particularly. I think you could argue that finding items in the house has some fun value, but that doesn't mean that it has to be batteries. Also, collectibles would be better for replayability, as they could force a person to play it again just to collect anything they missed. Yeah, that's a good shout. That is something batteries wouldn't do. Ah, your flashlight is broken and you get a new one with low battery life, or you switch to using matches. Oh yeah, that's an interesting idea. That's your job to find the justification. No, something like that could certainly work. Also, collectibles would be better for replayability, as it could force... Oh yeah. No, I think that is a good shout. That is the case, just add achievements-based items that do nothing but will grant you an achievement, yeah. I would bet the same. People mainly don't want to lose, they only want... only then they will try to risk to win. If you have no clue when and how much batteries will be needed, then you never use them, especially if they are not essential after all, yeah. Yeah, which is the funny thing, right? Because I was surprised. One of the reasons I tried to make sure that people wouldn't min-max the battery life was to just give them a lot of batteries so that they wouldn't mind using one. But with that being said, a lot of people completed the entire demo with like 8 batteries in the backpack and a flashlight completely drained. So clearly, like, even having a lot of batteries is not enough of an incentive for people to use them. Fuck it, people. We're gonna remove the system. I think it honestly is the better decision. Which means... What does that actually mean? We want to remove... I mean, there's no reason to even have the battery display. If... Am I... yeah. No, there is no reason. I need to make sure that... I'm not gonna have batteries in the game now, so I can keep this for now. I wonder if all I could do is set the decrease value to 0. That would kind of work. I'll just comment everything out. Or disable the script, but that might make the flashlight script a bit messy, because you still do stuff. I mean, I think the simplest solution at first, I'm gonna clean this up at some point, but if I just set the decrease value to 0, and then I put the starting percentage at... I'm gonna do 0.95. And then maybe for now I enable this just to make sure that I can see whether it's draining or not. Was the hat a sort of achievement? Yeah, basically. But a lot have only meaning for you, since you know context as the creator. Yeah, no, that is a good point. Typical player will have this knowledge only after finishing the game. Yeah. Yeah, because there is... No one has given me... I have gotten feedback that people think they find too many batteries. But obviously, kind of as you said, like... No one gives me that feedback until they complete the game, because that's when they realize, oh shit, I had way too many batteries. Because during the actual playing, you just... There's no way of knowing. Fair point. Let's see, I can see my battery percentage here. This is definitely not the proper way of fixing it, but it should be a fix. Battery percentage does not move whatsoever. I can still turn it on and off. There's no batteries to find to be able to charge it. Yeah, I honestly think I might just ship this. There's no place where I re-enable the battery display, do I? I only think I changed the colors of it when you turn it on and off. I know that you could argue right now that there's no reason to actually even be able to turn on and off the flashlight. I might just keep that for the sake of, like, interactability. And then we'll see. Yeah. I think I'm gonna do it. Add 1% per found battery. Many playtesters will be like, damn, there's a lot of batteries, but it's only at the start of the game, so we'll save them for later. Yeah, exactly. I think that is what a lot of people do. Items in inventory were permanently between game sessions, getting smaller and smaller by a microscopical but noticeable after time value. Every time you move them, oh damn. Yeah, I think we're gonna do this. I think I'm gonna test and just push an update without the battery system. Does it still flicker? It should, right? I think, yeah, it does. It just flickers less when you have a higher percentage. Keep the batteries, and when you take off the chain from the outside door, you can build nunchucks or nunchucks. Start fighting back. Yeah, I think I'll have to figure out some more interesting items to throw around instead. Gotta add this now, just so that I can check it off and feel good about myself. I definitely want to try this. We're not gonna do it today, because I need to get out of here, but I think this could be a good update as well. Put all of like your like personal things on the same key binding. And I actually quite like the idea of just doing... where did I do it? Here. Doing these like flaps or whatever. So let me save these. So I think I'm gonna do something like that. So that would be how you switch between the map, journal and the notebook. If you kept the charge on the battery, but you shook it to recharge it. Cheers, Zot. Appreciate ya. Have a chance to drop the flashlight and have to pick it up. Make some fun jump scare chances. Yeah, the main issue I still see, like all of these solutions are like... They are definitely alternative methods that the flashlight could work. The main thing is that I still lose out on the main reason I even have this system in the first place, which is to have more items to find. Because all the other stuff I think is kinda just random fluff. The batteries are the thing that I think is good, to just be able to have more items. But as soon as you have a flashlight that doesn't require batteries, I basically miss what I consider to be the main advantage. On a more serious point, do you think you will have a mini crafting system, like putting together a few items for a riddle? I already have a system to kind of craft items. I mean, very rudimentary, as in like click on one item and click on the other one to combine them and stuff. I don't have anything like that in the demo. I don't even think I have anything like that in the full game at the moment. But like the system for it is in the game, so you can certainly do it. It's very possible that we're gonna have some of those like items you have to kind of craft together. Yeah, if you don't want to scrape them, then you can make some infinite battery source. Using which is slightly inconvenient, like going back to the car. Yeah, I did think about that, like put in a... I even have a scene, which is not currently in the demo. Which is... let's see, outside... Oh no, it's not in the demo, right, so it's not here. Basically, you can go and look in the trunk of the car. So I was kind of considering whether maybe I should just put a like infinite battery pack in there. But I don't know. Like, the question still becomes, are people still gonna end up like min-maxing the battery life? I wouldn't be surprised. And like how... And that, in some regard, makes the system have even less consequences, which you could argue makes it even more superficial. Make your car a Tesla and you need to collect 100 batteries around the house to power it up enough to leave. That would be kind of funny. Once a wise man called Mr. Elliptic said don't expand text from the middle, something like that. Oh yeah, you mean during the intro? Yeah, I did get other feedback on that as well. That one is a bit tricky, because I don't know how to... I would need to figure that out, like how to keep the text, the full text centered, but still have it right from the left side, if you know what I mean. But I think that is a pretty good shout. This ultimately breaks out from being a horror game to being a flashlight battery management game, yeah. Just started the demo, so far everything is locked. Yeah, let's see if you can solve that one, Lupo. The superficial will stay as long as there's no loose condition, yeah. Yeah, it would probably improve the min-maxing to have an infinite supply. I'm unsure if it would solve it. I think it's very likely that a lot of people would still end up min-maxing it. And it's also introduced other things, like now I kind of have to teach the player that there is an infinite supply. And make sure that they don't forget about it. I don't know, I feel like the simplest, cleanest solution right now is to just remove it. And then maybe try to add more interesting items. So that's still stuff to pick up. It's gonna be a bit more work. Honestly, it's also like, obviously it's a bit sad doing this, because I built this entire system around like, you know, the battery decreasing and all of that stuff, which is basically gonna be completely scrapped. But right now, I still feel like this is the best decision. Everything is pixelated. Why is the journal text font is... Why the journal text font is not? Why it isn't pixelated? I personally don't think that pixelated text is a requirement. I think if anything, it makes it way less readable. And on top of that, it's never gonna work for all languages anyway. Good luck finding a low resolution, simplified Chinese pixel font. That one is a little bit tricky. And it's not gonna end up being the correct pixel size anyway. I don't know, personally I'm not that like fussed about having to have a pixel art font. I don't know. It could change, but... It's a way to make the streamer mode in the game where the player sees normal, but the people watching see most of everything. Maybe, no idea. It feels like that would have to be done on the streamer side. Now there's lore reason the player character has the prettiest cursive you've ever seen. Yeah, that's also the reason. So pretty that it transcends pixelation. Yeah, I don't know, I think it works without it. A lot of pixel art games do not use, like even something like Celeste. I'm fairly certain that Celeste does not have a pixel art font. Like, this is not pixel art. Even here, the character photo isn't pixel art either. And I think this looks fine. Because the main thing I would say is that there's a pretty big argument that pixel art fonts are just way harder to read. it's usually usually what you end up doing is prioritizing style over function, which I don't know how often that is a good decision. Like, if people struggle reading stuff, I think that's a bigger issue than the fonts not being pixel art. But that's just like my opinion, bro. That's not a quote. It's something like that. Sunk cost always hurts, yeah. I think Half-Life Alex does it. Do you mean that they do pixel art fonts? Having hard to read text is annoying, not immersive, yeah. Yeah, I think it's fine. Like, some stuff is pixelated. This is obviously pixelated. Oh, the streamer mode? Oh, interesting. However, ladies and gentlemen, I do need to get out of here. But please stick around for the raid. We'll see if I might not manage to get this build up today, but in the following days I'll try to get this up. I think it's gonna be a... Personally, I think it's gonna be an improvement. I think so. Let's see, who should we head over to today? You know what, we could jump over to none other than Sorcery Story. She's currently working on her colony simulator. Looks really cool. But she's also going to play Shroud of Gloom later today. So that feels like a good one. Unless we have someone playing the game right now. Let me do a quick double check. I don't think we do. Yeah, let's go to Sorcery Story. Of course, if you haven't, made sure to go and check out the demo, leave a review, it would mean a lot to me. Other than that, join the Discord if you want to connect more with the community. I think the map can be not so pixelated. Pixelated kinda looks weird in my honest opinion. Wait, now I'm getting confused. So you want the font to be pixelated, but not the in-game images? I think it would be way more weird if the map all of a sudden is the only thing that isn't pixelated, personally. I gotta go, see you later, nice stream. Not much work though. No, we definitely did not do a lot of productive work today, but you know what? I think sometimes just deeply considering these design decisions is something good as well. It is something that I needed to do. Don't want it pixelated, it was just a question. Yeah, fair enough. And then also, like, you know, I think that our arguments for pixel art fonts, I think it works in some games, is mainly that even though I'm very much a pixel art purist or whatever, fonts are like the one point where I am a little bit more, I don't know. I don't see like a requirement for it, basically. Last chance for us to play the battery-enabled demo, I guess. Yeah, exactly. If you want to use batteries in the game, use this chance. It might potentially be your last chance. Just wanted to say, I started making a game yesterday and it's all your fault. Let's go, man! Make sure to share your progress in the Discord, man. I'll happily take a look at it. Follow along. Feels like map can be non-pixelated. I don't know. I think that for me personally it would feel a little bit like an inconsistency. Because everything else that's like visual, like non-text in the entire game is pixel art. And then we only have the map be something else. I think it would stand out a lot, personally. But still, I always appreciate the feedback. Also, for when I'm playing the demo, there is a feedback form linked in there as well, if you want to give extra feedback, to always appreciate that. And of course, thank you so much to anyone that's played the demo. It truly does mean a lot. especially if you took the time to leave a review as well, which I see some people have done. We just hit 59 reviews, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you all so much. It truly does help out, and it truly does mean a lot. I will be back on Monday as per usual, so until then I hope all of you have a great weekend. Let's head over to Sorcery Story. Make sure to throw that chirpy raid in the chat. And yeah, until next one, have a good one. Thank you all for hanging out. Truly, truly do appreciate all of you. And yeah, that's it for me today. Cheers.